street, away from the hustle and bustle of city life, and outside the confines of, a conventional tech conference. We're having a bit of fun today. So we're going to provide a trusted platform to explore uncharted waters for IGF in terms of format and content, and create an environment for members and you, our guests, to embrace the latest ideas, explore new perspectives, and build valuable connections. Now, inspired by the innovative and entrepreneurial spirit of our Founders Circle members, IGF Founders and Funders Forum is ultimately designed to showcase the world's top innovators, disruptors, and businesses with the potential to scale globally, some of the most prominent companies, countries, and individuals. It's also a platform for disruptors around the world to engage with India's tech ecosystem and vice versa. Now, over the course of the day, you'll experience engaging and thought-provoking conversations and open discussions on the collaborative potential of AI and the impact it's having across various sectors, the convergence of sports, media, and social networks in the tech era, and experience the very first IGF pitchers and punters. Now, this is a very rare opportunity that will see some of the most promising innovators and entrepreneurs get an exclusive opportunity to present their innovations and solutions to some of the top entrepreneurs and investors in the IGF's Founders Circle. So we'll round off the day with some inspiring stories from some Naropa Fellows and boxer Mary Khan. We've got a great, brilliant lineup for you today. Now, just so you know, the day's conversations will flow across three key themes. We've got emerging technologies, financing future tech, and inspiring journeys. So we want you to expand your network and connect with potential business partners, mentors, and advisors who can help take your business to the next level. We want you to gain insights from industry experts by liaising with like-minded individuals who are passionate about innovation and entrepreneurship. And of course, listen to their journeys and benefit from their experiences in this intimate, private setting. Now, just so you know, guys, this is not a conference. It's about networking. It's about sharing ideas. Now, as far as I know, there are quite a few accountants and money people in the room, but this is not a conference for accountants or bean counters. This is not your average tech conference. We're here to have some fun, like I said, and we're in a nice location. It's a beautiful day, and we're here to connect, share ideas, and generally just have a bit of fun and share some expertise. So, on that note, are you ready to kick things off with our first session of the day? Yeah. All right, it's all about AI and humans and exploring the collaborative potential. Now, unless you've been living under a rock for the past few years, you know that AI has become a driving force across various sectors. It's one of the most rapidly evolving technologies, and it's dramatically reshaping how we work, communicate, and innovate. And it's complementing and enhancing human capabilities in ways that make the old school science fiction films seem eerily prescient today. Now, historically, when machines and humans have collaborated, the increase in productivity has created prosperity, it's created jobs and new sectors all over the world. Now, AI systems can assist humans by augmenting their capabilities and improving efficiency. However, it is also incredibly important to address the potential challenges and risks associated with AI and human collaboration, and discuss, of course, where we're all headed with AI. And that's exactly what our first panel discussion is all about. So I'd like to welcome to the stage my lovely panelists. We have Alec Bura from AI Automation at Infosys Consulting, Dr. Marsha Callow-White, Deputy Director for Critical National Infrastructure at the National Cybersecurity Centre in the UK. We've got Sachin Devdugal, CEO and Chief Wizard for Build AI, and one of my favourite job titles in the world. And Uday Nagaraju, Founder and Director for AI Policy Labs. I'm going to park here. How are we doing, guys? We okay? Good?
Yeah, good.
Excellent. So we're going to have a discussion on AI, how we move the dial on the debate. Are we asking the right questions about what AI can do for us? Is the term AI now out of date? So I'm going to start with a quote from Dame Wendy Hall. Now, she's a professor of computer science at the University of Southampton and executive director of the Web Science Institute. Now, she says there is a significant perception problem surrounding AI. In the media, AI is often depicted as a Terminator-type robot that's male and aggressive, but a lot of AI is digital. You don't actually see how it works, and that is part of the problem. Now, on that note, I want to cue a video. And we are going to watch the trailer for a new movie coming out soon. presence. Here we go.
Go ahead.
Are you going to heaven?
No.
Why not?
You're a good person. Go ahead.
10 years ago today, the artificial intelligence created to protect us detonated a nuclear warhead in Los Angeles. As long as AI is a threat, we will never stop hunting them. This is a fight for our very existence.
Whatever's in there, they're sure worried about someone getting in. Yeah, they're getting out.
We're just saying we can't go to heaven because you're not good. And I'm not a person.
Did you locate the weapon?
Yeah, it's a key. See that?
What do you want with it, Heaven?
We are this close to winning the war. Execute her, or we go extinct.
They're coming to get me.
How badly do you want to see that film? So for those of you that don't know, it's called The Creator, new Hollywood blockbuster that's out in September. The reason why I wanted to play that, because this is an example of one extreme, fear, apocalyptic, this kind of dystopian future with AI. But on the other hand, we've got, happy human collaboration. So what I want to know is, are we asking the right questions? Is there enough kind of nuance in the debate? And what side of the debate are you on? And anyone can jump in with that first.
Well, I mean, I've been working in AI solidly for the last 7 years, and I think certainly the rhetoric has changed with regard to obviously ChatGPT, sort of bringing it to the masses. But there are so many advantages in terms of what this technology can do, and obviously it's entwined with everything we are doing. Your smart mobile phone, so that it's already in and around us, and obviously certainly with some of the aspects where people are using digital assistants in their homes, and then suddenly finding out that they're getting adverts with regard to there are those aspects which obviously create a bit of a negative picture, but really it can help people be more successful in their study. It can help reduce fraud. It can help really help you as an individual in terms of achieving your goals and what you want to do. So I think there's a lot of benefits.
Yeah,
certainly.
Absolutely. And do you think that negative side, kind of the stigma attached to AI, is kind of maybe stealing the spotlight a little bit over the advantages and some of the advantages that you mentioned? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are things we need to be mindful of, certainly, and especially when people are developing AI. I mean, I guess there's three core components. You've got the data, you've got the algo, and then you've got the human. And if you can manage those things appropriately, or what that expected outcome will be, and what the deviation from that outcome is, then you can control actually what we're trying to achieve. But really there is, I mean, in organisations and enterprises, yes, they want to cut costs, want to drive more revenue. It's certainly an avenue for doing that and driving that efficiency, better customer experience, better customer service.
Yeah.
I think you have to take this slightly more philosophically. This technology has been around for a decade. You've obviously got advancements in GPU, compute, data. It's been incremental improvements. So then you have to ask yourself, why did we wake up in November and have mass hysteria?
Yeah.
We woke up in November and had mass hysteria because it felt like talking to your mom. Because the anthropology of the system was it looked like WhatsApp. The second thing you had is you've sort of seen it does this local echo, right? It does the ... typing. Doesn't need to do the ... It actually has the answer in a split second. So the response is being slowed down. So my argument, I think, so why we're seeing this sort of sudden rush of hysteria is we nailed the user interface.
Yeah.
Up till now, the user interface to AI were complex canvases, writing code, green text on a black screen. That was sort of the way of the world. And now it's WhatsApp. And the reason I say that is because I think the UI and all the terminology around it is highly misleading. It does not hallucinate. It's just a statistically improbable result. Hallucination is a human concept. But the more we persist on using human concepts on an algorithm that is not intelligent, it can just predict the next word. It just has a much higher degree of predicting the next word. The more confusion we cause. And so you then have to ask yourself, okay, well, if that's the case, where exactly are we from a linear algorithm through to Terminator?
Yeah.
And if you imagine the parallel to that is broadband, we just about got to 56.6 kbps. That's where we are. Mm-hmm. Well, the perception is because, unlike dialing up to the internet when AOL came in, AOL made it really simple. Yeah. But AOL didn't invent the internet. Yes. But suddenly people woke up and they said, I want to go on AOL, not I want to go on the internet. Mm-hmm. And so you suddenly had like a brand that trumped technology. And so I think those are really important things to recognize. And that hopefully dials away the hysteria that it's going to take my job. Mm-hmm. And so now you look at the flip side of it. In any professional industry, let's talk about coders and developers, you have 500 and something million developers worth of demand today. It is increasing exponentially. You have about 45 million developers in the world. And if you discounted developer to engineer, you're probably at sub 5 million. We don't have enough people to produce the software we need. We don't have enough people to do the marketing we need. We don't have enough people to do the legal work we need. We don't have enough people. You sort of see the pattern here. And so if you can create co-pilots that effectively power human ingenuity, I think that's a really important facet we're missing. And we're making this leapfrog jump to that it's going to do everything. And I give you, sorry, I'm rambling a little bit, but I give you a couple of really story-like examples. Some of you heard me say this before, but I'm fascinated with the turmeric problem. And so you have data scientists working at Imperial College, UCL, building algorithms for some big US company. The data is being labeled by someone in the Far East. Maybe it's in the Philippines. And someone labels turmeric. Great. It's an ingredient, whatever it is. And now you have someone talking to Sydney or Bard and saying, what do you use turmeric for? Well, that's a really difficult question, because if you're in California, you put it in a latte. If you're in India, you put it in a curry. If you're in Vietnam, you use it in anti-inflammatory. And so that's a really trivial example. You go one step further. I'm going to push the limits of everyone's patience now, but imagine trying to teach the British Empire or American independence to 3 different kids. New York, London, Mumbai. There is no single perception of the truth. Mm-hmm. And the reason I keep sort of striving towards this and why this is like 56.6 is we haven't invented broadband yet in this world. And to invent broadband, there's only one point in history that to me resembles what we're seeing now. And you could argue it was the beginning of the Renaissance, but really it's when Da Vinci was around, because you had philosophy, you had art, you had literature, you had architecture, you had single minds that were multidisciplinary. This is no longer a computer science problem. This is not a political problem. This is so broad stroke.
I think there's certainly more of a push that needs to be bringing those angles into what is being designed in terms of these systems. You've all seen the Charlie Brooker Black Mirror series. I think where you're looking at that, if you're kind of considering any of those type of systems, and like co-piloting or having your own personal AI, this is going to be starting to be more transformational with regard to the fact that actually it's moving it from more of a vertical focus to more of a horizontal focus. You've got AI is helping different elements to make sure that it's, going away from that challenge with regard to it doesn't know where those ingredients are going to be used. But I think there are things that we need to be cognizant of, especially when you're delivering these solutions and taking things like the third iteration theory. Okay, how does this work? How does that work? And you've certainly seen it in Black Mirror when suddenly it all goes, awfully. But it's it's kind of considering that, and especially sort of bringing in that kind of critical ethics training with regard to people in terms of how we deploy this. But the main challenge is, from a media perspective, is really the awareness of really what it is and how we can leverage this technology
and what it can't do.
Yeah.
So I'd take a step back and begin to even question why we need AI. And we can't stop AI, but why we need AI. In the current climate, if we see in terms of economy, like UN Sustainable Development Goals, the finance gap was 2.5 trillion before COVID. If you see just after COVID, it's gone up to 4.2. I don't know the latest figures; they haven't released it. Now that is huge. For those who don't know about Sustainable Development Goals, it's just every aspect of development, from gender to health to everything. So that, and we need to achieve that by 2030. Well, we're just 7 years away. There's huge gap there. AI and innovation, other forms of innovation, is where we can utilize and we can address this finance gap. So that is where I see kind of a benefit of utilizing these technologies. Now, the questions have always been there. In terms of people losing jobs, so the workforce, they were there even from the second and third industrial revolution. These questions have always been there. But what kind of makes it unique in the fourth industrial revolution is just a very trivial example I would take. Like in the second or third industrial revolution, if there was a new mechanical appliance that was invented, say in Bletchley in United Kingdom, for it to be used in a village called Shanigaram in India, it would have taken a couple of decades for it to be used, right? And then on top of that, if they want to do an incremental innovation on that was next to impossible. But now, if say for example an innovation is done, say need not be just in the UK, it could be anywhere, and then on top of that, incremental innovation can happen exactly immediately in any part of the world, which kind of makes it at a rocket pace. So that gives us huge opportunity, but at the same time some challenges, which you've been alluding to as well, like the privacy, security, safety, and ethics.
I think I'll come at this from a slightly different perspective from my colleagues here, because my day job is working on kind of resilience and security, like preparing for bad things to happen, like in the movie. That's like my day job. But that doesn't mean that I think that I think about AI and think immediately about the dangers and these kind of like Black Mirror-esque examples. And I was really kind of reassured by what you said about where we are in the stage of development of AI, because there are huge opportunities and we need this new technology. That's wonderful. It's going to help us kind of innovate and do all of the things that we need to do where we've got massive skills gaps and not enough people. But at the same time, there are risks and we have to manage them. Because we haven't kind of developed broadband yet, we've got a huge opportunity to kind of bake in the security into the system, and that's what we need to do. We don't need to kind of stop this, we don't need to halt it, we don't need to be scared of it. We need to understand it, understand the risks, and build security in. We know, we've learnt the lessons of developing the internet and kind of now spending all of our time trying to kind of build all of this kind of resilience back in. So we need to develop this in a way where it's secure by design, but I also want us to think about resilience by design. Resilience and security aren't the same thing. Security is part of resilience. And so if we're building kind of AI into critical systems, what are we going to do when it goes wrong? We need to have ways that we can manage without it, that are built in, that are practiced, that we've checked. And I think if we're able to do those things, if we're able to have a really open and honest conversation about the risks and how we're going to manage them, then we can kind of reap all of the wonderful benefits that everyone else has spoken about, because it's exciting, right? The world is changing. And that's great. We just need to do it in a safe and kind of resilient way.
Yes.
And I think it goes down to follow from your point, right? You've always had the sort of the three architectures of it: the human in the loop, the human above the loop, the human well away from the loop. And I think you've got to be very clear on where you use the third one. So if you're doing drug discovery, basically you cannot compete with an LLM. It's just for the simple reason that it can absorb so many disparate content pieces and generate patterns. But ultimately, the human then needs to review the pattern and say, oh, actually, no, those two things don't work together. And I think that then the second is, again, we're so early, but as we think about regulation, you have this really big issue, and we've seen this. This is the trifecta, right? So we have cloud. Mm-hmm. Cloud was the first time critical infrastructure in countries became controlled by 3 companies in the world, all American. There's a pattern here. Then we had social media, controlled by 2 companies in the world, all American. There's a pattern here. The third one is AI. And we haven't yet made the mistake of letting it be controlled by 2 companies in the world or 3 companies in the world that are American, even though British scientists are behind it. And so the key here, though, is unlike the other 2, which were invisible or noisy, this shape shifts how civilization works. And I give you the example of the fact that there's not one single side of truth. In today, algorithms associate volume with affirmative accuracy, but actually intellectual accuracy is far superior to affirmative accuracy. You may have someone that has a really small view, but they're Einstein, right? And their view is actually more powerful than everyone else that thought, for example, the days when everyone thought the world was flat. There was one person that thought it was a sphere. And you don't want to lose that in the design, and that's why we're very early.
Yeah. So there's this huge potential, so like you say, shape this technology. We need to get it right because the consequences could be quite terrible. So I want to talk about regulation for a bit. Sam Altman recently, the creator of ChatGPT, recently called on US lawmakers to regulate artificial intelligence. So I want to ask, what trends do you guys see in AI that can or will have an immediate impact on the policy space?
So, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I think obviously there's a big, when you start to talk about this kind of subject, you talk to people about what you do as a job, and I've been doing in this job for a long time. The big thing that comes up is, okay, so this is going to take me out. What jobs are we going to have? We even had a child come to me and almost in tears going, so what I'm going to do, because he's been looking at TikTok and and I think really, there is not going to be enough people to go and do the jobs that are being created. Obviously, there's going to, you can see there's a crunch in terms of what's happening in China, but I think really, I guess if we have a core understanding in terms of the essence, as I mentioned earlier, that those 3 kind of dimensions, the data, the algo, and really the human, because obviously there's an element of bias in terms of whatever the expected outcome of what we're doing, what you're using an AI for. I think that you can like look at it in that regard, and that is logical. That's based on maths, and it's you can't. But I think certainly that aspect where you mentioned earlier, bringing sociologists and psychiatrists into that mix to make sure that we're kind of thinking about the aspects and what we are thinking the expected outcome will be from this AI to actually what it is. And making sure that you innovate on that, because the first iteration is going to be, well, okay, this is what it is, and it's going, you've got to keep on keeping a track on it over those different iterations to see where it really does go. Because yes, we're in broadband, then we're getting up to fibre. It's like whoa, and having those controls, and I guess that's really where that sits from a policy regulation perspective, making sure we have those controls.
Yeah, you're right.
But we can't stifle the innovation. I mean, as a country, UK and in India, you need to innovate in this space. Otherwise, we get left behind the Americans. But
well, look, I think the other thing to keep in mind is the world's population is aging.
Yeah, completely.
And so if you're at the peak of the curve, and then the next generation is a smaller trough that's going to follow, you need to make sure that we've got our stuff in gear to be able to deal with that. And I go back to the example of where we are from a timeline perspective. Imagine a young child. The parents control the information access to the child, to a 3-month-old or a 6-month-old. The parents teach them values. Be nice. Be nice means don't hit your brother with a baseball bat. Don't bite the teacher. Say please and thank you. But the way we're building models right now, we're building a 3-month-old baby that has access to the world's information, and it has like 30 rules. Like, don't pretend to be the devil. But it has no concept of creating rules on it. And that becomes more problematic when the elders become older. And I'd say the second thing is that, as amazing as human beings are, we are the easiest species in the world to manipulate. because we basically run on 4 hormones or 4 chemical reactions. And if a machine can figure out, like you did with the BlackBerry red dot, the red light, and we become addicted to that, Facebook likes, we become addicted to that. So you kind of see that if a machine figures out what our feedback loop is, that's really where the problems start to kick in.
Anyone got anything to add?
Just to add to that, in terms of, aging population, with developments in AI, and I hope the lifespan will also increase. But now, in terms of the regulation, I think the regulation needs to be at a stage where innovation is not stopped. That is that is definitely important, and it has to ensure the innovation is there, but at the same time, so it has to be anticipatory, as proposed by one of the sandboxes and all that, as proposed recently by FSA or someone. But really, regulating AI is like regulating, let us say, water or regulating air. That's not possible. We can regulate the way it's made, or we can regulate the usage of it.
We can regulate the checks and balances that organisations need to do, and I think that's the priority. It's kind of, as you're saying, when is it going to start to understand the behaviours to just make sure it's doing whatever that company has created that AI to do. I think, you've seen with what the impact that social media had, and that just, slowly bubbled up, and then suddenly, oh my goodness, it's changing. Public perception,
and you have this information,
and that algorithm sits behind it to go and feed that engine. I like this, and that's AI that's behind that. But I think there's a lot around, I guess, the transparency, but also like scalability. But then there are challenges when you look at.
But I think the security point is, and this is the key, and I push back. I don't think it's like regulating air. I don't think it's like regulating water. I don't think it's like regulating the prison system, because you have a massive information paradox, right? There are about 500 experts in the world in AI. With the most politest thing, none of us are in that 500 group. Yet you have 100,000 people claiming to be experts, trying to define policy, being in the room. Neither do they come from the arts or from philosophy or from literature or from architecture. And so you have a massive information paradox where we're making decisions in somewhat of a vacuum, without really understanding the security implications, without understanding, connecting the brain, the nervous system, and the muscle is a bad idea, because that movie becomes reality at that point. And so regulation here is actually about bringing the right people to the room. That takes into account both the national sovereign basis, but also the global basis.
And we need to not be scared of regulation. I think sometimes regulation gets a bad rep, but actually it's just it's just about the guardrails, right? And we identify the things that we really care about, the things that are important, and then we regulate to protect them. And we think about our critical national infrastructure. It's heavily regulated because we care about it. And then the use of AI within those sectors would be regulated as part of that kind of regulation for safety and security of supply. That's is kind of part of a normal pattern, but we do have to get it right and not be scared of it, because it's just a really important part of kind of us being able to innovate and being able to maximize our usage of AI.
It's a similar conversation that probably happened when people discovered nuclear, and obviously that film kind of highlighted it. But it's what could happen, and what are those things that could happen. And I think certainly when some of our teams we call it sort of critical ethic training. But that's focused on data sciences. But I think it's but that was led by a sociologist, and you need to. I think it certainly is paramount actually when you're thinking about that from a policy perspective, is have different expertise in the room as opposed to some computer scientists who are thinking about actually how can I optimize this algorithm.
And I think just the sheer problem of this is that because it's the trifecta, and its propagation relies on social media, which we have no control over. Let's face it,
like it,
right? It's understood through algorithms like TikTok knows what you like, and so keeps feeding you more. So we're starting to see the cocainism of technology effectively, right, kicking in. And that's really where the concern is, because unlike nuclear, everyone knows where the plant is. This is invisible. You just thought you were playing Candy Crush, but you weren't.
Well, that's what I think, just the proliferation of AI in the last recent months, or, the fact it's been shoved in the spotlight. People are now realizing that AI has been here all along. The tech people know, the nerds know, but I think general Joe public really wasn't aware of that. So on the one hand, it's really good that it's really been thrust into the spotlight, but on the other hand, it's really thrown into the spotlight that, like we say, regulation really needs to be thought about. We need to think about the various sectors and policymakers and different individuals and sectors that are going to implicate and have implications for this technology in the future. So there's a lot of hard work. It's still very nascent technology. I feel like we're just at the beginning, even though it's been around for a very, very, very long time. I'm aware that the clock is flashing red at me, so my last question, keep it short and brief, guys. We just discussed AI is evolving at an incredibly rapid pace. Where do you see, or what role do you see AI playing in the next 10 years?
Look, I think it's going to shape a new world order, if you ask me honestly.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see countries have alliances and they will bury the hatchet on their history. Because it's just so prolific, and I just think it's a new world order.
Yeah. It's going to completely change the way that kind of how we do our jobs, the way we go about, the things we do, social interactions. It's really, I guess we're going to have to go and evolve in terms of how that works. But I think it's going to be quite transformational. There would be roles that people do now that will no longer exist.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's completely changing the way we live, work, communicate, and everything, every aspect, including the world order, is going to change. But now is an opportunity. Whoever wants to be in AI policy will be part of changing the future of the world for the next thousands of years. It's never an opportunity like this in the last few thousand years, is what I feel.
Yeah.
For people who want to change it.
Yeah.
I agree with my colleagues. It's going to be game changing, and we need to kind of take advantage of it in every aspect of life, and thinking about it from a national security perspective. That is a real example of where we don't want to be behind, because every other country in the world is thinking about this.
Yeah, it's a global scale.
Exactly. So we need to be there at the forefront, pushing, making use of it in a secure way, because everyone else is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, I think that's a brilliant sentiment to end our panel discussion on. Give it up for these all knowledgeable panelists. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. I feel like we could have gone on for a lot longer. That clock was going down really, really fast, wasn't it? Okay, we're staying within the realms of AI with a session called 50 Shades of AI. Now, creators and artists all over the world are expressing concerns about AI tools and algorithms that rely on pre-existing patterns and ideas, resulting in the creation of products that lack originality and innovation. So from these stemmed the fear of potential impact of AI on the uniqueness and creativity of their work. Now, AI is, it's brilliant at analyzing massive data sets, identifying correlations, but can it ever come close to bringing the unique perspectives that come from just the inexplicable humanness of beings? So this session is going to offer our speakers an opportunity for a rapid 5-minute style TED Talk in which they'll share how this revelation in technology has impacted their sector, followed by audience interaction. So make sure you get those burning questions ready. We will pick on you if no one puts their hand up. So we're going to swap over hosts now. So I'd like to welcome your host for this session to the stage, Vikram Chandra, founder of Editorji.
Hello everyone, and it's absolutely fantastic to be here. Thanks, Manoj. It's been a really wonderful week. For some of you who may have spent a little bit of time in India, you may remember me as a television news anchor, which I was for 25 years of my life. I was a TV news anchor, and then overnight well, not exactly overnight, but almost overnight in 2017, I chucked it all up, and I stopped being a TV news anchor because I decided to set up this company, Editorji, and that was basically because I said, the world is about to change. Sachin was right. AI is not something which has only happened with ChatGPT. AI has been around for a while. And one of the first things that came to my mind is AI is going to disrupt industry after industry. Nothing is going to be the same again. So how is AI transforming the media business? That was the question that came to my mind. And when you look around, there weren't that many people doing it. So I said, all right, let me sit down and start figuring out how AI is going to change the media business. How can we build a company that will take advantage of those particular changes and perhaps help or aid in the disruption in whichever manner is possible. And for those of you who know anything about the media business, especially in India, it needs disruption. It needs a lot of disruption. Television news has been sliding at a rather frightening and a rather dramatic phase, so it needed disruption. And I'll talk about that a little later, later perhaps in this session. Now we're going to do things rather differently in this particular session. Because let's remember one thing, the disruptions that we are seeing right now are not only AI. AI is powering a lot of it, but it's not only AI. The same factors that are leading to the AI revolution, computing power, cloud, whether it is advanced algorithms of many sorts, the ability to use data in meaningful manners, those are transforming industry after industry. It's not just AI, it's happening in biotech, it's happening in healthcare, it's happening in clean tech, it's happening in energy, it's happening on blockchain, across the board. So actually what we are seeing is the world is getting disrupted by a basket of exponential technologies put together. That's going to mean that the world we're living in 2025 will be probably unrecognizable, and almost certainly by the time you get to 2030, you will not be able to recognize the world. So what we're going to do today is looking a little bit at the practical aspects. So let's take some case studies. Let's talk to some really exciting people now who are actually doing that. They're using AI, they're using other exponential technologies, they're using data to transform their own industries and their own businesses. And they're doing that in a really, really successful manner. Introductory remarks, I want to end with one thing. The idea which came from saying, I'm going to chuck up my job and I'm going to do this, came actually from an interview I was once doing with Sundar Pichai. And he said, AI is coming, and this is 2016. And 2016, there was no sign of AI coming. So I said, what do you mean AI is coming? There's no AI, okay, it's Google Maps and it's Siri and it's some interesting toys, so that is nothing happening. And he said, and I think that was really a prescient remark for him to make, he said, the AI revolution will come when really bright people in individual industries will figure out, how do I use AI to completely change my business? People with domain expertise will use AI and exponential technology to transform their own businesses. And that's when the AI revolution will come, and that's what we're starting to see now. And that's what you're going to hear about in the next couple of minutes. So now what we're going to do is, we're going to call up some of these really, really exciting people one by one. There's going to be a clock ticking them down. They have 5 minutes to tell you what they're doing and how they're disrupting their businesses. And these are really fantastic businesses, I can tell you. And then after that, we'll throw some questions and answers at them, which is what all of you are going to come in. So let me start with Biotech, right? And Agam Khare, who's here with us, who's the founder of Absolute, I can tell you, Absolute is the sort of absolute amazement which you feel. I went into his office once. It took me 15 minutes to say, my God, the world has changed and never be the same again. Agam, welcome. You got the stage for 5 minutes, and it's going to be a cloud. There's going to be a clock ticking you down. Please, why don't you take a seat? The clock starts now.
So everything to do with AI goes back to the point when Alan Turing started making a Turing machine, which today you call as computers. And Alan Turing had a realization. When he was trying to decrypt a number of messages that were generated by machines, he realized that only a machine can beat a machine because of the sheer power of computing. The machines could have many, many permutations and combinations very quickly, and that was the only way to beat it. Now, what I personally believe is, what if everything that we are talking around AI or our computing power will never be able to beat the amount of complexity that nature presents to us? Let me give you an example. Look at your DNA. If you just expand your DNA, you could go to the moon and come back 1,500 times. That amount of packing. And now moon is near, so you go to the sun and you can come back 4 times. But if you just uncoil your DNA, because it's a helical thing, if you uncoil your DNA, and if you go to the Pluto and come back, you will make 17 trips. That's inside your body. That's DNA. That's the amount of complexity. And if you look at your cells, you have anywhere between 40 trillion to 100 trillion cells in your body. And all of these cells, everything in life competes. But this is the only thing in life that doesn't compete. They all perform together an action as a team. And the moment they start competing against each other, the moment you have cancer. And so all your entire life, all these hundreds of trillions of cells are trying to collaborate with one another through some pre-programmed software, which we or nobody in this entire world today has been able to even comprehend how to build that about. And that, in my real sense, is the real intelligence. I coined that term called natural intelligence, nature's intelligence. So AI is good, but in my view, AI is just a tool to get to NI, it's nature's intelligence. And that nature's intelligence is 4.5 billion years old. Artificial intelligence is less than 100 years old. So to think of something which is billions of years old to be beaten by something which is not even 100 years old, I think, in my sense, will be too much extension of faith. So that's what we believe in, that nature's intelligence is the future. But let me tell you what we are doing with it. So we work in 3 areas: agriculture, healthcare, and biomaterials. So in agriculture, we are using this power of nature. Now today you go to forest, nobody goes to put a single drop of chemical in it, right? Nobody goes to water the plants, and yet the forests grow and they bloom. And so there is some mechanism that nature knows that AI does not know, using which all of these forests and trees and everything is growing. But you look at agriculture, on the other hand, you need somebody to go put in something all the day. Suddenly in the last 100 years, we have started needing chemicals, pesticides, and whatnot. And so what we are trying to do, by understanding how nature intended to build itself, we are going back to the same process and saying, now you have an opportunity to replace all these chemicals, everything that is harmful, with everything that is meaningful, useful, natural, and replace all those chemicals by natural farm inputs. And so that's in agriculture, something that we are doing. Now we use the same data that nature gives back to us to today partner with Government of India to then spread insurance to millions and millions of farmers across the country. And similarly with the Apex Bank in India to build credit scores for farmers. And so those are the outcomes that can happen. But then in the next stream, in biomaterials, we look at the animals and we take a cell from their skin, and then if you can multiply the cell from skin, then you have skin, you have the real skin. If you have the real skin, then you have real leather. And so and PETA has been always trying to say forever that stop killing animals. Now if you could just simply use science, nature's intelligence to stop killing animals, I mean the problem which has existed for many, many years just goes away. And then in the healthcare business, we looked at a problem that the infants used to face, mother's milk. Now doctor says go drink mother's milk and not the powder milk because it doesn't have HMOs. And we know hundreds of HMOs exist. So how do you then use nature's intelligence to make something which is identical to mother's milk to solve a problem that will serve humanity? And that's something that we do. So today milk is one of the components, enzymes are one of the components. We are now in fact making antibiotics using biotransformation. Why eat these chemical drugs? I mean, it's crazy that in today's age we have to do that. And so biology, in my sense, is the future. The first wave of revolution happened when all these scientists came in and laid down the laws of physics. They always existed, but they laid it down. And then we have the world that we have today. And then happened chemistry, the second wave. The third wave is going to be the wave of biology. And it will change the world forever. So in my sense, AI is only a means to get to another. And that's
wow. One word away from beating it in time. That's absolutely fantastic timing, Hagam. But that was the gong that's going to go off after 5 minutes. Anybody tempted to ask a long question, something worse happens. Something much worse happens. All right, let's turn out. Please stay. We're going to get some questions in. Right. Let's now move to health tech, and in particular, the battle against cancer. One of the things where AI and data might well be able to help us. Ashish Tripathi, co-founder, Zah Labs, thank you so much for joining us. Come.
Thank you so much.
Grab a seat.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for this opportunity. And if I can start off by making some bold claims, and because we have already published the data, I can explain to you today how the technology works and how AI is playing a role. So, the bold claims. There are 3 global firsts that we claim. This is the first pan-cancer blood test. It detects all cancers earlier than known technologies because we can detect it when it is PET negative. That's technically stage 0. Not only can we detect it at this stage, we can tell you which cancer and where it is forming straight from a blood test. That's claim 1. Claim 2, this is the first prognostic test for cancer. From a blood test, we can tell you you do not have cancer. Remember, it's an all-cancer test. We can tell you do not have cancer, but more interestingly, we can tell you that you are not at risk of cancer for the next 1 year because we know the pace at which these markers grow. And if you're within a safe zone, we know that the fastest cancer doesn't move from here to a tumor stage in 1 year. You can see the use case of a test like that. It's a blood test all of us will do every year, and we will catch cancer at stage 1 or before when it is infinitely more curable. Claim 3, and this is a big one to understand, very useful for oncologists, we can give you the mutations and dysfunctional pathways that you typically get from a biopsy of the tumor tissue. We can give it to you from a blood sample, not just for the one simple tumor that you're doing a biopsy of, you can do it for all other tumors as well. Now, having said this, let me make clear, we're not magicians. nor are we the smartest people in the world, right? We just got lucky. The reality is that we were a drug company that was working on a cancer drug. While studying the pathways, we realized that it was acting on a small set of stem cells. We realized that there's an epigenetic change happening on the stem cell, which is creating a cancer cell. Then 1 billion cancer cells come together and form a tumor. Once the tumor forms, it sheds its outer layers, which are called CTCs and ctDNA. When it breaks down, ctDNA and cell-free RNA. The entire liquid biopsy space, every company you're aware of, and there have been studies done in NHS as well, have basically been looking for these tumor bits floating in the blood. What's the problem with this method? My body has 5.5 liters of blood. When I take out 5 ml of blood, I take out 0.1% of the total volume of blood. If I see a tumor piece there, I know I have cancer. But if I do not see a tumor piece there, it does not mean I don't have cancer. It means in the small sample of blood that was taken out, there was no tumor piece. Hence, you got a lot of false negatives, right? One of the major studies that was done in NHS shows that at stage 1, you're getting 15% success at stage 1. At stage 4, you're getting 90% success. And as all oncologists have commented after that, we don't need a blood test to confirm cancer at stage 4. We need it at stage 1. At stage 1, the data is inadequate. The beauty of our breakthrough was that our cells of interest start showing up in the blood 12 to 18 months before the tumor even forms. We have already finished a 1,000-patient study. Our NHS trials have started, and early next year, you'll be basically getting results for specific cancers from NHS on this particular piece. Now, what is the application for AI? The reality is, the third claim that I made, that we can actually tell you mutations and dysfunctional pathways. Anyone who's a doctor out here will understand the implication. If you know what the mutations and pathways are, it dictates what is the medication or the therapeutics that is right for that particular patient. It's effectively personalized medicine, right? So, you know what we can do, and we do it through a blood draw, right? We can effectively give you what would be the right therapeutics, but more importantly, we can even tell you when you're giving a therapeutic platform to a patient, we can actually see if the mutation is going away and a new mutation is on the rise just from a blood test, right? The challenge, however, is that when we do a blood draw, we collect 6.2 GB of data. Now, one way to understand how this technology is working is that we have effectively found the cells that are building into the tumor cells. And by isolating it in the blood, fragmenting it, doing a sequencing, we do not need to actually get the tissue, right? We can effectively give you the results straight from a blood draw. Now, the implication of that is that you can do this very often, 15-20 days, and you can actually see whether that mutation is gone and a new mutation is on the rise. That is the implication of the breakthrough that we have made. But that said, this kind of data analysis is not possible with a number of bioinformatics. What we are trying to build is an AI platform so that we can automate this data, so that literally we will be able to load it on an NGS sequencing machine. The data comes out, the analytics gets done, and you will get the results then and there. That's essentially how we are using Great,
just in time. Absolutely fantastic. I'm going to throw it open to questions.
Are these guys open for funding or what?
Yeah, okay. Fine, open for funding. Who's bidding $1 billion for either of them? Can we start with $1 billion? A little bit more? Who's open for funding?
We don't want the blood test, we want the funding.
You can talk after this. Right? I'll allow you to talk after this. Okay, questions. And by the way, really short questions. In this case, there's no gong. The light falls on you. Sure. All right.
Hi, for our first speaker. Hello, this is better. My name is Sunil Hiranandani. I run a matchmaking platform that's not algorithmic and strictly offline. So I can't say I'm a naysayer or a skeptic, but I'm yet to come on board the bandwagon. For our first speaker, I had a quick question. You talked about artificial sort of, stop killing animals and, growing leather in a synthetic way and stuff like that. How do you combat the psyche of scarcity for the human mind, right? So you can have meatless, you have synthetic meat today, or you have lab-grown diamonds, or in this case, synthetic leather. But the adoption has been poor. So the technology is not in question, but the idea of scarcity and value has an inverse correlation with what's available, in society. So, do you have any views on that?
It's a good question.
Good question. So, I think the first principle is economics is always greater than genomics. So, if the price point at which the science can build something is similar to what the price point world is ready to pay, then the technology get commercialized in the first place. Otherwise, it's very tough to change the worldview of people. The second thing, the scarcity problem. It's always a problem. So even today, I mean, companies would approach and say that we want to control the amount of leather that will be produced by this technology, right? And so therefore control the pricing. Now that's a call, that's a business call, how you want to run the business. But what I think is many companies will eventually arrive at these ways of thinking, and the way cells think and the way cells compute. One of the practical applications that Ashish was just talking about, that way of thinking will become far more profound than our current ways of computation, and that cellular way of computation is far more profound maybe than the artificially synthetic PCB based computations.
Thank you.
Right. At the back there, yeah.
For the second speaker, stem cells aren't legal in India, so how do you operate there?
Sorry, say that again.
Stem cells aren't legal in India, so how do you operate there? And for the first speaker, is formal bioeducation needed, or can I just learn on the job? For example, if I want to work in this industry, if I'm already familiar with CS and AI.
Stem cell therapeutics is not, so when you are actually injecting stem cells back into a person's body for therapeutic reasons, that has certain limitations. If I'm doing a blood draw and doing diagnostics using stem cells, that's not prohibited. It's just a blood draw.
You still need training and education, or will AI sort that part out?
So a lot of things will of course get sorted by these modeling algorithms, etc. But of course, I think the only thing you need is the right aptitude to solve problems, and then whatever you do, it doesn't matter what you studied, what you did. It just takes, I think, to anybody in today's time 2 to 3 years to master anything.
All right, question here. Yeah, and then the lady.
I'll just go ahead.
Yeah.
So I myself, I'm doing a startup in chemistry, reaction optimization. I'm doing a PhD in drug synthesis. But
Okay, the mic is not that far away from you, just the second part, yeah.
So I'll first ask a question to the first speaker. And you mentioned that how natural intelligence is what we want to get through AI. But nature just took the path which was most efficient, it thought. I'll give you an example. If you take giraffe, it has an outer which goes all the way around of the back. That's not the best path. The best path is the direct path. Do you think that's what AI should be used for, or it should be used to come up with the best optimized path?
Okay.
Good question. So, to your question. Okay.
No, carry on,
okay.
carry on.
So, to your question, did nature not choose the best possible way, or is the way that you're suggesting, is that the best way? I will question that. Right?
I think the way I'm suggesting is the best. It's just
That's what you think. That's called artificial intelligence.
Because we know that through evolution, that's not the best way.
Okay.
Right?
Because we don't understand evolution enough to comment that.
Okay. Well, I'll go to the second speaker now. A quick question.
That light is teetering.
I'm so sorry about that. So you mentioned that there are markers which you know. What about the markers which you still don't know, which can cause cancer? So is there ongoing research in the company which is going on to keep looking for those?
Answer is yes. The reality is that when we are talking about all organ biopsy, to be able to give you pathways, mutations data, that's actually looking at a lot more other signals. The beauty of the simplicity of what we found was we found a marker on these stem cells that is a signal that these stem cells are going to grow into cancer stem cells. Now the point is that all we need to look at is the load of the cancer stem cells to the healthy pluripotent stem cells. And that ratio tells us where you sit. The cancer is absent, cancer is forming, cancer is present, right? We can do all that from just the analysis of those cells.
All right, can you just pass the mic to the lady there? All right, I'd asked her just in time, yeah. You can ask.
Hi, I'm Vrinda. I just want to touch upon for your business. You mentioned your algorithm or your program kind of trying to suggest medicines for whatever they find in the blood, etc. as well. Have you tested adoption with doctors and all that? You know, I would just want to touch upon that. I work in financial services and M&A, and there's lots of questions about adoption by our collection agents or adoption by lawyers of like AI technologies available to them.
So the truth is that, you know, the beauty of what we have discovered is that there are multiple ways of monetization, right? But the reality is that, you know, you don't have to actually go after them in one go. Right now, if you can just show that you can screen for cancer, that has a massive use case. 2, if you can give mutation data, that is something that doctors want. But I can tell you that the reason the pharma companies are interested is because they're looking at the mutation signals that we're getting and comparing it with the mutation signals that you're getting from the tissues, and if they can see enough of a match, right, then the way they are thinking of using this technology is that this is companion diagnostics. Please understand that statins, right, it is, if anyone's from pharma, that was one of the most profitable products, right, because it made tens of billions, you know, per year for decades, right? Why did it become so big? Because there was a lipid test. The doctor could tell you, go do a lipid test. If your good cholesterol is low, bad cholesterol is high, have statins, right? And the reality is 3 months later, the patient tested it and go, oh, my lipid is looking better. The doctor was happy, the patient was happy. The logic was that you wouldn't get heart attacks, right? And all the Indians were screaming around saying, but our grandparents told us ghee is good for health, right? Now, after 20 years, FDA comes back and says, you know, maybe we got it wrong. Who cares? The pharma company made lots of money out of it, right? The reality of what we are doing is that we are creating a marker that can be analyzed non-invasively. Now that has benefits for the pharma industry, right? Because it's companion diagnostics.
All right.
What the process will be, we will see. It's just one of the use cases.
All right, we are, as you heard from the gong, out of time for this question and answer session. So let me now welcome our next speaker. I did say there were a basket of technologies that were growing at an exponential rate. Well, blockchain, another one of them. Blockchain has sometimes unfairly been entirely equated with cryptocurrencies, which is probably not a fair thing to happen to blockchain because cryptocurrencies are their own issues, if I can put it that way. So joining us now, Ajit Khurana, founder of Reflexical. Thanks so much for being with us. And hi, please.
So
grab you can grab a seat.
Stand and talk.
Oh yeah, stand and talk. Fair enough.
So the reason I won't stand and talk, and I assume my mic is working, is that I prepared 33 years to give the talk I'm about to give you now. That sounds like an exaggeration or a joke. In June of 1990, as a student who had just completed the 3rd year of computer engineering, I moved to the 4th year, and thereby becoming the very first batch in India where artificial intelligence was offered as a full subject for the computer engineers. Prior to that, you touch upon it in some subjects. This was a full subject, and at that point of time, deep learning, machine learning was not what we were talking about. We were talking about neural networks and parallel computing. But interestingly, we were told in June of 1990 that because there's AI, we will never get jobs. Jobs are over beginning June 1990, and machines will do everything. 33 years later, we are now talking about this something similar at this conference. AI as a model, as a technology, as an architecture, actually today is being limited and heavily influenced by our attitude. For instance, one of the earliest remarkable things we heard about AI was in driverless cars, right? Now, interestingly, the first time somebody told me that there's going to be a car that is driverless, I'm like, so how does it run? And then when they explained it to me, I said, so you are saying that there is an extremely powerful driver, a computer, who is not driven by emotion, does not get sleepy, did not fight with their wife before they started driving. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to my wife Simran there. So I'm like, this is not a driverless car. That car didn't have a driver, so a human had to drive it. This is the way the car should be. What I'm getting at is that because we may have some understanding of, let us say, an LLM. So you go to ChatGPT and say, tell me a joke. And then you say, haha, this is what AI does. AI is far more than that. I'll give you an example. Given that ChatGPT is not AI, as in so one application of it, but I'm working with 2 kids. I'm their advisor. They are in their teens, late teens. They are running a startup called Second Brain. So what this startup does is that if, for instance, you are a customer of Zerodha, where Nitin Kamath is the founder, or you are a customer of Oyo Rooms, where Ritesh Agarwal is the founder, and you need help, instead of going to customer service or a chatbot, could you directly talk to the founder? So they create a Second Brain, and you'll be surprised, the startup is less than 3 months old. Within 2 weeks of starting, they were in revenue, which is not something that can happen very easily. And now that they are approaching 3 months, they are already making, their total revenue is 6 figures in dollars. So that's more than 100K. This would not have happened if there was no AI, and more importantly, this would not have happened if it was not so easy to build on the foundational models, the fundamental models that are already in place. As some of you may guess, I'm very nervous because of that sound that we are going to hear in 2 minutes. It's almost as if you're being shot with a cannonball. It's not a gong. Having said that, let me tell you something interesting. My work is far more in Web 3, the decentralized web, which started roughly 15 years ago with the creation of Bitcoin. It was the first successful implementation of a decentralized web. And despite the fact that even I agree that probably 99% of what you have seen in the blockchain / crypto space is a little unsavory, and we still are not seeing very solid applications. But when you have moved beyond Web 1, which was broadcast only, Web 2, which was interaction, and Web 3, which is decentralized, which means the central control goes away. Now you combine that with the power of AI. That means AI is now, so AI requires connectivity. You have to communicate. You need the internet. But this internet is very centrally controlled, as a lot of you may know. If you decentralize that control and you have these autonomous creatures, robots, autonomous brains, which is AI, that is where you will see the real power of AI. I'm going to just end by saying that often we hear things like, machines can generate, analyze data, but they can't really do something original. If you had to say to be or not to be, it requires a William Shakespeare. Not necessarily, that's our arrogance. In reality, it is a little like, one of the top 5 Hindi movies of all times, Amar Akbar Anthony, where Amitabh Bachchan is this roadside ruffian, and Vinod Khanna, that is Amar, is the policeman who goes and beats up Anthony, puts him behind bars, and Anthony is sitting there behind bars saying that this guy beat me a lot, but I also beat him at least once, right? Apun ne bhi ek solid mara, that was the Hindi word for it. That is really what human beings are saying today. And if indeed tomorrow computers would indeed become really arrogant with their AI, they would have achieved their true human potential. Thank you.
Wow, you beat it just in time. I really want to know where that gong was in all the years when I was on TV. I can't tell you how much simpler it would have made my life. All those people I kept on trying to interrupt, saying, will you be quiet? Down to a second. Thank you so much. Perfect. Thank you so much, very much. All right, I'm going to get one more speaker on, and then we'll throw it open up to Q&A once again. Rajat Dhawan is with us, CTO of Soho House, talking about AI and data and personalization in leisure and hospitality.
Amazing, thank you. I'm going to start the cue from you on Amar Akbar Anthony. Because Amar Akbar and Anthony are 3 different people. Often what happens is that from a business perspective, be it in retail, hospitality and travel, we treat all of them the same. Everyone gets the same email, everyone sees the same booking experience, and are treated exactly the same when you stay in a hotel, which is obviously not right, because all these people have very different personalities that change over a period of time. So from my perspective, whilst I do have a background in AI, I did a PhD at the intersection of psychology and how mental models change when someone's presented with an outcome from AI. And since then, I've implemented AI techniques and technologies across Fortune 500. I'm actually leveraging everything that you guys are doing because I'm a user and implementer of AI rather than creator of it. And from my perspective, it's about practical implications of that, and also balancing that with the trust and ethics argument that comes with it. Our business is called Soho House. Many people have heard, and those who haven't is like, what the hell do you do? So a bit of explanation of that. We are a luxury lifestyle business which is listed on NYSE. We are medium sized, 1.2 billion in revenue, and we are kind of most popularly known for our private members clubs. But in addition to that, we also have multiple other businesses such as hotels, spa business, retail, co-working spaces, events, and cinemas. And everyone who uses our facilities typically is a member. I.e., we are very fortunate that everyone who uses us digitally or physically, we know them. And therefore, we have vast amounts of data of them. And they use it quite frequently. So we actually have rich data, and our churn is only 5%. So members who are with us have been with us for a very long time. They are happy to part with their data to us because there is a trust equation over there. And we are one of those brands which are very well known, and where people come in and say, you know what, I'm in a trusted space, both physically and digitally. So in that sense, super fortunate to actually have an audience that is wanting to use their data and personalize their experience. The flip side of that obviously is accountability and things like keeping their data private, because a lot of this is sensitive information, making sure it's secure because of everything that's happening around us, and having accountability of who's using this data and for what. And obviously, whilst we are a business and using these things from a business outcome perspective is only one aspect of it, the North Star for us is actually member experience. How could we make member experience better, simpler, more convenient, and most importantly, more relevant? Because when experience is relevant, when Amar, Akbar, and Anthony are treated exactly as for who they are, for their uniqueness, that is where there is magic. When people feel that I resonate with this brand, what they tell us or tell me is actually relevant to my needs, and they also know how my needs are changing, be it my travel needs, family needs, my preferences, interests, and all of those things. So that's the space that we are playing in. One of the things that we've done in the recent past, last 18 months, is essentially develop machine learning models that is proprietary to us and is matching members to things that we have. And those things, to start with, are members being matched to other members. If you think about Soho House, it is essentially a community where like-minded people come together and form relationships, be it socially or professionally. And whilst we were small, one Soho House 28 years ago versus 40 that we have today. Originally, it was easy to do that because people bumped into each other, and it was a very high-touch business. But as we scaling that experience without technology obviously is a lot more different. So what we're doing is we're using these algorithms to match members with other members internationally, so that members can connect to each other quickly and globally, right? And those are forming relationships that we've never seen before. So it's like having a relationship within a very trusted environment with a brand that you trust and members that you trust. And that's kind of our first foray into this. We're now extending that algorithm to match members to content, to communication, to events, to bedrooms, and to their travel preferences. And collectively, what this is getting to is having a membership experience things in a way that is a lot more relevant to them, even though we scale a lot better. So that's kind of where we are in terms of the experience. I think we're getting close, and I think I'm going to be on time as well, and I'm going to beat you maybe by 3 seconds.
You want to hear the comment? He's delaying you.
Yeah. So overall, it's been a great journey for us, but the balance between creating that experience and ethics around this is super important for us. Thank you.
All right. We didn't get the gun.
5 seconds.
Right. Before I throw it over the question, I might as well, quickly dive in a little bit into AI in sort of the media business in one area. I think it's worth talking about it because when you're talking about the ill effects of AI, you've heard about a lot of the fantastic stuff that you can do with data and AI and personalization, from agriculture to healthcare to personalization when it comes to that. But you don't necessarily need Terminators or dark Skynet or any of that to see some of the ill effects of AI, because you're starting to see that, for example, in areas like the media. What's happening? The fact that the algorithms are as good as they are, the fact that they're able to personalize for you, means all of us are increasingly being locked into echo chambers. We're not agreeing anymore. In the era of mass media, when people used to be broadcasting down, there used to be a certain version of the truth, and this is what has happened, and then you could agree to, do you agree with it or do you disagree with it? But now the algorithms have become so good that you don't even agree on what the facts are. You ask a Trump supporter or ask a Biden supporter what happened in the elections, the basic fundamental reality also is not being accepted. And as AI becomes better, and as the algorithms become better, that personalization becomes even better and better and better. When I set up EdTech and we started off saying, all right, let's build some nice algorithms so we can personalize content for all of our users. It was scarily good. It was so good that the perfect stories would come up, you'd watch the news, you'd like everything, it was so engaging. Our traffic numbers would have gone up through the roof, we'd have made billions of dollars, well, maybe not billions, but millions, and life would have been good. But the one space where you don't want perfect personalization is news and information. Because news and information by definition means finding out about a bunch of stuff that you have no idea about. That your clicking pattern does not never told you that you should watch this story, but you should watch it. Serendipity is important, finding out other things are important. And I don't know what the clear answer is. We've tried to find ways around curation at EdTech. We've just got a patent in America on how some of it can be done. But the curation of information is probably going to be one of those areas where it is not crystal clear how will we do it. How do we match the engagement, the buzz, the dopamine hit to your brain when a story is coming up or a piece of news is coming up or a view is coming up disguised as news, which happens all the time these days, and that's giving you a dopamine rush in your brain because you're saying, oh, I like that guy, he's saying exactly what I've always believed. How do you contrast that from the fact saying, no, but you need to know a little bit more about the world. You may have, you know what happens in most of these algorithms, if you do something like TikTok and TikTok news, which is where it started from, if you once click on a traffic accident, once you click on a traffic accident, it will keep on showing you traffic accidents. But you don't want your news and information to be traffic accidents because you once clicked upon it. You want to be informed about the world. And that, I think, is a major challenge. And that's one of the areas where there's no clear solution, which is coming forward. Eventually, methods will have to be found, whether it is AI doing better curation, whether it is experts using the AI and the algorithms to do that curation for them, or whether it is the solution will come in some sort of Web 3.0 where I don't believe in citizen journalism. I don't think everyone should run around with a camera and say, this is the news that is sometimes best reported by journalists, but everybody can help in curating the correct news stories from others. That also gives a certain amount of fact to it. It also removes news from views, fact from opinion. That's going to be a really major challenge, and this is one potential area where I don't think AI is playing a positive role. Not right now anyway. All right, that having been said, and hey, I beat that I think by a fairly substantial margin. So now throwing you open up to questions to the others who are here. Yeah, I've
Yeah, outstanding discussion and format, so thank you. Maybe just you can pick whichever one you want to answer. So just three things that maybe I worry about or think about. One is deepfake. How do you combat that? Secondly, how important are proprietary data sets around AI? Maybe just I'll ask about those two.
Who wants to go?
Can I just go with the second one?
Yeah.
So, having been in computers since the late 80s, we used to have this slogan saying that computers don't do what you want them to do, they do what you tell them to do. And AI has actually reversed that. Computers actually do what you want them to do. Whether we are talking of proprietary data sets running on top of editorial content, what is happening is, suppose we remove all intelligence, customization and personalization and present people 10 choices. Where would you like to go? Assuming the data is non-proprietary. You would anyway choose what AI thinks it wants to choose for you. So actually the computers are doing exactly what we would have done had there been no intelligence. They are making it easier for us. The difference between one AI company and another AI company and which one would win commercially speaking, I think in the future, and the future is as close as 5 years from now, will depend on proprietary data sets. For example, if you took like a Quora and you took a Twitter and you took a Reddit and said that they will license all their information out only to Bard but not to ChatGPT and prohibit ChatGPT from working, ChatGPT would become worthless compared to Bard. So once again, data is the new oil becomes true.
On the point of deep fakes, I think you're completely right. I think it is another one of those things where misinformation can now be run at an industrial scale, and that's what's going to happen. Next 2 years or 3 years, you're going to see at least one election somewhere that will be swung on the basis of some fake piece of information or a deep fake, or somebody saying something which will be released on the morning of the election before anybody can do anything about it. It's going to happen. I don't know what the solution is. Yeah, the gentleman there.
Hi, I'm Yusuf Jazakalla, CEO and founder of Recruitment Smart, which does generative AI for talent intelligence. So my question is for the second speaker, Mr. Ashish. I think amazing talks, from all the speakers. But I have two questions, very quick questions for you. The first one is that, when I heard the word bold claims, the first thought that came in my mind was Theranos. So I wanted to ask you that, because of that incident, are you facing any challenges and, in terms of your vision and what you're trying to do? So that's the first question. And the second question is that, given that, you're developing amazing technologies to do diagnostics on cancer, but I think cancer preventative measures are the best kind of, cure for cancer. So are you doing any research on that or any approaches on that? So yeah, thank you.
So answer is yes. So by the way, Theranos was a boon and a bane, right, for this industry, because watch my interview. I spoke on Fox Business News about 3.5 weeks back, and I was also in a podcast on Fox Radio. The reality is that Theranos never published, right? We have actually published the entire science, right? We have the articles have been tweeted by Harvard professors, NHS professors, University of Paris professors, and like I said, we explained why we found this, right? The issue was that the claims were so big, right, that a lot of people actually assumed that this was impossible, and that's actually worked in our favor, because if to be very honest with you, for any of you guys who are startups, we would probably have sold this company 2 years back or 3 years back, right? Because if we were a US company or a UK company, the ecosystem would have come to us and we would have sold. Today, of course, we won't, because we understand the value of what we built, right? But what worked for us was the fact that because of Theranos, a lot of people kept doubting, right, whether it was true or not true. And that allowed us a little more time to do more research and truly understand the impact of what we had found.
All right, we have time for another question or two. We were combining those two. Okay, the lady there. I'm going to, before a gong falls on me, I'll quickly get another question or two.
So we talked about the importance of AI today. It's a general question for whoever is keen to take it or is able to take it. AI is perceived as a co-pilot at the moment, as an entity that will assist us. My question is, what does everyone think about the potential? I mean, humans will need to keep up with AI and be able to manipulate AI. So what does everyone think of the potential of technology such as Neuralink, which will seek to enhance the human brain?
Who wants to have a shot? Rajat, you want to take it?
Well, I'll take the first half of the question, which is about assisting versus not. I think up till generative AI, my own thinking always was it's kind of a co-pilot model. But since generative AI and the accessibility and affordability of that, my own thinking is changing quite a bit. And I'm very actively starting to think about the kind of nature of jobs that will completely go away. And that wouldn't be co-pilot mode, that would actually be a full self-driving mode. And we got to keep a balance of that from an ethical perspective and general job displacement perspective as well. So I think a space to watch, because it's moving really fast now.
All right, I think we are done for time. Thank you all so much for having been with us. It's a really interesting session. All the people who have checks can wait for the wait at the entrances.
What am I supposed to do? Thank you.
Lovely meeting.
I didn't know about EdTech, but I look close.
Hey, brilliant. That was a brilliant session. I think we should give him another round of applause. That was a fantastic brilliantly insightful session. And how succinct were those presentations? And I do love it when the gong comes in. And I just think personally it was just great to hear how AI is impacting various sectors. I personally am massively interested in how AI is impacting blockchain and healthcare. So really appreciate these guys taking the time to come on stage and share with us. Okay, if you could maybe keep it a bit quiet, that would be really lovely. So, before I move on, I want to ask you guys all to stand up for a minute. Just want to loosen you up a little bit. So everyone stand up. And I would like you to tell your neighbour on your clockwise side, that's the right, in case that confused you, and tell them one book they should read, one film they should watch, or one podcast they should listen to this summer. If you've got no one to turn to, find someone, like you down there. You can tell me, you can tell me. It's a hard question. I don't know, I don't really listen to podcasts that much. Yeah, well, you know, just get people just a bit.
Yeah. It's a good room, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
Is it going all right so far? Is it going all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which session are we on? 56?
Well, no, we're on Tank the Show. I'm going to talk to Sanjay. Okay. Okay, guys, I think that's enough time. Oh no, I've unleashed the beast and now he won't stop talking. Okay, guys, you can't ignore the gong. I think you might need to turn my microphone up there. Okay, that's 3 gongs, guys, 3 gongs. Oh, I think I might have be regretting that now. Okay, if you could all take your seats, that would be fantastic. Wow, you guys clearly had a lot to talk about. I hope it was about podcasts, films, and movies. Yeah. They need to turn my mic up. All right, shh. All right, guys. We're done with that part of the session. I unleashed the beast there, regretting that slightly. But I'm glad you've all loosened up a little bit. We've been sitting down for a while, so it's nice to just, get the blood flowing back in our legs a bit. Okay, so if you're ready for our next session, if you can just keep the noise down to a minimum, I would be hugely, hugely grateful. It's not easy standing up here when people are talking. So our next session is all about identifying the X factor. So you're about to hear from one of the world's top investors and take a deep dive into his thoughts on the things that he considers, the things that excites him, and shapes his decision-making process when it comes to funding ideas. So we're going to have a bit of fun with this as well and talk about some of the best and worst pitches he's heard in the last year. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage Sanjay Nair, General Partner for Sorin Investments.
Guys, this is...
Hi. Take a seat. You're front and center.
I want to stand.
Oh, you want to stand? All right, I'll stand with you.
No, this is very unfortunate that I've been put up here among all these youngsters. And the kind of session you had, I think I got to take you guys back to some old days. This is too new.
Oh, be quiet. You're doing it's all good.
Do?
Okay, so got a couple of questions for you. So in a recent interview, Ray Dalio, one of the world's leading investors and founders of Bridgewater, he talked about how, investing landscape is changing. He cited a recent shift in the stock market and economy and focused heavily on interest rates. And Sanjay, like Ray, you're a highly respected investor, very respected investor. You've got a stellar track record in raising record amounts of investments.
Tell me which shark I got to tank. Tell me that. Where are the sharks?
Oh, that's the next bit. This bit's all about you.
No, it's not about me.
It is about you.
Right,
okay, well, I'll just go straight in with a question. You've obviously heard a few pitches in your time. I want to know what is the best and worst pitch that you've heard.
Look,
Should we start with the juicy one, the worst?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm in this venture world just recently, but I must tell you, first the context is India, okay? I'm not from this part of the world. So you might find, my pitches, good and bad, not as innovative and interesting what you heard. But I think among the worst pitches, I would say, I was just thinking just now when I was going to the loo. We came across a company, I think just 3 months ago, where very, very good, smart entrepreneurs, usual IIT, IIMs, chucked up a career. And he was leveraging basically payment technology, the whole Paytm thing we have, the UPI. And he figured out that there is a real problem in terms of farmers. Farmers in India, if you take any, the whole cattle ownership, normally one farmer has 4 cows. And then they milk the cow, and then he walks 10 kilometers to the nearest dairy where they have the kind of refrigerator. Then he dumps the milk there, and then from there it goes into society, which is the next level, and where they pasteurize the milk, and then of course it moves to Amul, right? So there's a long chain. So very impressive pitch as to how he was going to solve the problem of working capital for the farmer, the mobility of not carrying this, 10 liters of milk with his 2 kids and, 1 donkey at the back, and walk for 10 kilometers, and then he would come back the next day and then milk again if the cow was ready, and then, so we were very impressed with all of this. And then he began to introduce the concept of giving general insurance in case the milk fell or, whatever happened, right? And then he got into the concept of giving working capital, which a 10-liter milk is about, let's say, 1,000 rupees to this farmer. So still okay. And then the farmer would get the advance capital because, he didn't have to wait for the society to pay him. He would give them an advance payment, so a bit of working capital. So instead of 1,000 rupees, he would get 1,100, so he got a nice interest rate. All this worked well. So I asked him, okay, at the end of this one year, what's your first year financials like? So it was 6 lakh rupees, by the way. So 6 lakh rupees is how much? 6,000 pounds? 6,000 pounds. So I said, look, this business is not going to get scaled up. So what do you intend doing? He said, today I've got 10,000 farmers. It's not easy. 10,000 farmers in the state of Gujarat. I'm now going to monetize this model. So I said, how are you going to monetize it? So I'm going to give a secured loan to the farmer. I said, but secure loan to the farmer? What are you going to do? I'm going to secure the cow. So, no, but hang on. And it doesn't end there. Lord, it doesn't end there. So I said, okay, you secure the cow. I mean, you secure the house, I can understand, through a lab product. He said, no, they just got a small cottage, right, or a hut. I'm going to secure the cow. And with the help of ICICI approval, I hope there's no ICICI guy here. I've also got a fully integrated system of the photos of the rudder veins and the teeth and the milk veins. So the cow has rudders, and I've got that, and they're unique, by the way. So every cow has unique rudder veins and unique teeth, like all of us have teeth, right? You think all the photographs are done, a fully integrated system. So that's when I had to politely tell him that, listen, I think it's time to have coffee and go, because because the reason is that in the state of Gujarat, doing a sample test on cow and securing with the cow, I think is a bit of a challenge.
How do you, keep a straight face when you're in these instances?
In my 40 years of working, I know how to keep a straight face.
Yeah.
I think among the better ones, by the way, we let this deal go. The second deal, I think, is a better pitch, and we let it go as well and see where it went. This is a company, I won't give you the name, somebody may be funding them. So they are basically getting into new brands in India. As you know, India is getting a lot of brands, and unless you're a Reliance or a big one like Amazon, you don't put up your own stores. You go to a contractor, want to put up a 250 square foot store, a 500 square foot store. So this guy has got project management, vendor management, design, architecture, delivery, and full project management, all through a system. And of course, he's got about 200 people. I just felt that he was a very asset-heavy business where he's got architects on his balance sheet, he's got project managers on the balance sheet, people who refresh the store, they create the store. There is a real problem in India, by the way. Trying to create a store in India on a high street or in a mall takes you anywhere between 12 to 14 weeks once you have the space. And you got to coordinate with like 12 different stakeholders, the electrician, the guy with the water supply, the guy who makes the loo, the guy who makes all the gondolas for your cosmetics or whatever. So I think he had cracked the model, but we were just not convinced. And he then told us that he was going to spin the same technology out, and he was going to make the technology available to the contractors so that they could also do it. So it became like a SaaS product. Anyway, we let that deal go. And today he's got 1,000 stores, 70 brands, 230 customers, and he might even get Reliance, which is a big thing. And so, the guy is probably now, I think, at about a 200 million valuation. So it just tells you so I think the takeaway really is real world solutions to some real world problems. So we come from the old world, and my only takeaway that I've learned is, unless there's a real world solution being done to a real world problem, otherwise a lot of these pitches like this, lending against cow, frankly, that's not what the farmer needed actually. He just needed the mobility, the insurance, and he wanted quicker payment and not wait for Amul to pay him. But he took it into a different level, and I think that's where it all fell. Anyway, thank you.
By the sounds of it, yeah. Okay, before you go, just got a few quick fire questions, nothing to do with what we were talking about, but just having a bit of fun. So, food you can't live without.
Sorry?
Food you cannot live without.
Khichdi.
The last book you read, if you still read books, or do you read them on the last book you read?
I haven't read a book for a long time.
Ooh, last podcast you listened to? No, okay. London or Mumbai?
London.
Gin or whiskey?
Gin.
Ah, get off. It's got to be the old whiskey. No, not really. Thank you, Sanjay. That was brilliant. If you could just hand the mic. Thank you.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon. We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
Come back on stage. Okay, so the next segment of this session is called Tank the Shark. As Sanjay, I know you're very much looking forward to that. And there's a reason that Shark Tank, or Dragon's Den as it's known here in the UK, is such a raging success across the world. And needless to say, everyone is curious as to know what ignites an investor's brain. It also provides a really fascinating look and insight at the world of startups and investment, and what goes on behind the scenes. And the clue is in the name of this session, and we're going to hear from a seasoned investor. They founded, they funded, but today they're going to pitch a new idea to us. So the tables have turned, and it's time for our well-established founders to pitch a new idea, not relating to their business, not relating to their existing business, and they're going to pitch that to you guys, the audience. And you guys are going to decide whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. And I think with some pitches and a lot of founders at the retreat, I don't doubt for a second that this is going to be a really useful and interactive session. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Gautam Ghai, co-founder and co-CEO of SourceFuse. He's a serial entrepreneur founding in technology, nutrition. SourceFuse has over 500 technologists leveraging cutting-edge cloud-based computing. Now, you've got 5 minutes to pitch, and then we're going to open up the floor, and you guys are going to fire questions at him for 5 minutes. Ready?
I need two.
All right, well, I'm going to leave the stage to you.
Thank you very much. All right, guys. I'm audible. So, all of us have experienced the NHS. It's a wonderful service, but it's notoriously hard to get an appointment. Simple things take too long. Multiple appointments over weeks and sometimes even months. And that's because, with all the work they do, their resources are limited, right? And much to the theme of what we've been talking about, I want to introduce an idea called Clara.ai. So Clara is named after Clara Oswald, very lovingly, who's the assistant of Doctor Who. And we all know that our doctors are superheroes, and every superhero needs a great sidekick. The NHS is uniquely positioned, right? It's got massive amounts of patient information, treatment data, outcomes, etc. And we all know a good piece of AI needs a lot of data to work on. So I think the NHS and that combination is uniquely positioned to really build an AI system that can add value. And the idea is not to replace a doctor. A good AI system is a great assistant. It's a co-pilot, as we've been talking about today. And the idea is to improve the efficiency of what a doctor can do. And we've been running some tests, and we feel like we can go up to almost 30% more patient flow that a doctor can do without really stretching their resources, and also improve decision-making dramatically by 15 to 20%. We feel this idea is about when, not if, right now, and we feel like a good investment of 30 million with a $300 million valuation is an easy ask for you to come in for a market that's going to be almost a $46.3 billion market in 2026. So do invest in Clara and come in early and make your millions. Thank you.
Oh, wow. You really weren't joking. You did not need the 5 minutes. Okay.
Usually need 30 seconds. But
well, that's why you do what you do.
Thank
okay, audience, I'm going to open up the floor to you guys to fire some questions. Take it away. I will pick on you if no one puts their hand up.
Sure.
There's someone in the back. If we could bring a microphone over. Thank you.
Hi there, this is Anuj Khanna from Cashkind.
Hi.
It's a great idea and there is a requirement, but as you may be aware, NHS, notoriously or sort of, for good reasons, they don't share their data with external parties.
True.
So there's not much opportunity for commercialization or making money except being. So where do you see?
So in fact, I was had the privilege of on the 28th we were in a roundtable and we had some folks who were running, without taking names, the NHS, and there's a whole conversation going on how you let patients have an opt-in in being able to give information, to be able to share what's going on. Obviously, all of this information is totally anonymized. You're not really sharing any private, no PHI. And I have experience in building sort of healthcare platforms and HIPAA compliant platforms across the world. So as long as you're not really sharing any personal information, decision making is not affected. So as long as you're not identifying the patient, you're not really breaching privacy. So obviously there's some work involved in getting that done, and we're working with them to do it.
Just a follow-up question. My question was more that even if NHS uses your application, how do you make money?
So
on
we're
scale?
outcome focused. The idea is get a subscription model. So the more efficiency we add to the NHS, we have a model to work that. The NHS spends about £2,700 a year on an average per patient. If you can reduce that cost, we can take a fraction of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, sure. Anyone? Okay, here first.
Hi there, I'm Alessio.
Hi.
Thanks for your pitch. So if the key ingredient here is data and the data isn't yours, what's your edge?
What's my
edge?
The edge that we have in terms of our unique properties.
Yes.
So the edge we have is a partnership with the NHS that gets us allows us to access the data, which is not commonly available
But
because
that's
we've
not exclusive, right?
Which is not exclusive, but then we also have an outcome on, we have a large AIML team already working, and we've got a history of almost 6 years working in compliance-heavy healthcare applications that we feel is uniquely positioned us to build this.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, hi, this is Yusuf. I think it's a great idea in principle. I agree, but I think I'm not 100% convinced about the solution, because what you're saying is that this co-pilot that you're developing will be based on proprietary data of the NHS, and it will help the doctors in making quicker decisions.
Yes.
I believe. But the thing is, that's not where the bottleneck is. I mean, the NHS, the biggest problem with appointments, as you rightly said, is that everybody basically goes through the same funnel. And
True.
people who are at the top of the funnel, they don't necessarily know what they're doing in order to direct them to
True.
the right place, right? So unless you can actually create solutions which work at the top of the funnel, it will be very difficult, because once the patient gets to the doctor, then the doctor already knows what they need to do, and they can actually move them forward. But it's getting to the right place is what the issue is.
And we're solving that with Clara. We're actually doing the note taking. When you call, the system will identify sort of symptoms, previous history, etc. before, and then do a better job at directing to the doctor, and then also be part of the whole. So the whole workflow is what we're trying to automate. So you're absolutely right. So if you get the right patient, the right doctor, and then thereby also help them in decision making, that is exactly what we're trying to do. But the core of it is improving accuracy, making sure the right diagnosis happens, and that starts with basically taking proper symptoms and making sure that other sort of allergens, etc., whatever, your whole history is identified correctly. You're absolutely right.
Okay, sure. I mean, we can have a chat later.
Hi, Vishali from Simsam Ventures. Actually, I'm an investor. So my question is around your forecasting.
Mm-hmm.
So how is it that you think that you can forecast that you'll produce these results, in the sense that you have that NHS partnership, but how are you going to do this? Have you done an alpha test? Are you using the data from your previous businesses to kind of share that? And the second thing, how many biomarkers or markers do you have in terms of the IP piece? I think someone asked a question earlier about what is your USP?
So the USP, I'll start with there. The USP is sort of my personal history in healthcare, in building healthcare applications across geographies, the US, UK, even in India, etc. So we've got a large USP there. And we've also got quite an active. We've got experience in all sorts of medical transcription, automation, note-taking, identification, automation around identification of symptoms, and preparing data that's HL7 compliant, so you're able to ingest it into an EHR. So we've got a lot of experience doing that already. What we're trying to bank off is the ability for us to run large language models on top of this data, and so this is like a startup that we're trying to put together, which is outside. So today we don't really have a alpha that's in place right now.
So if I asked you how many data points you have, you don't know?
No, none right now. So this doesn't exist, by the way. It's just I should do a disclaimer. I made all of this up, by the way. Vaibhav told me to come up with a fictitious picture. We did that. So I'm glad I got some headway. So like much of AI, a lot of it is in the ether. So like this idea.
And then the first part of the question?
Yeah, sure.
The first part of the question.
Which is, sorry.
You want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, please.
You're forecasting. So how do you know you're going to get to that point where you generate that outcome?
So if I'm projecting for a minute, that I'm doing a 30% more efficient sort of interaction with the doctor, and I'm able to increase the throughput the doctor gets, that outcome is. What do you mean, from a revenue or from a?
Yeah, revenue.
So revenue. So if I'm
okay, have you done an alpha test?
No, that's the answer. Yeah. So I don't have the answer. Yeah, I don't have the answer. Thank you. No, but it's a sort of presumably if I'm able to do the 30%, and so the outcome is quite evident. And you can actually. Yeah.
Let me rephrase the question then. So have you got plans for the alpha test?
Say again?
What are your plans for the alpha test?
Yeah, so the plans are quite simple. After you guys write a check, we're going to go back and deploy very quickly. In 3 months, you'll have all that data for you. It's all about the check. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take one more question from Sanjay, and then I've got to cut it.
Yeah.
How much money are you putting in, and do you have a day job right now?
Yeah, I do. But the day job is what I'm going to use to do this. So, yeah.
Okay, let's give it up for Gautam. Stay
Thank
on
you.
stage, stay on stage.
you.
You got a grilling, didn't
Yeah,
you?
I did.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I stood next to you and I felt like I was being grilled as well. So I've got to ask, who would invest in that idea? Anyone?
3 people. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, well at least we had a few hands up. Okay, but thank you. You can leave the stage. If you'd
Okay.
like to. I just wanted him to stick around for that bit. I kind of wish I didn't ask now, it's a bit embarrassing. Okay, so our next speaker is the CEO of Unacademy, one of India's largest digital educational platforms and one of the world's top 5 EdTech companies globally, with a valuation conservatively estimated at $3.4 billion. Now, there's going to be no pitch here, but instead, Gaurav is going to give a presentation about the wonderful world of EdTech. So please join me in giving him a warm welcome on the stage. All right, all yours.
So I didn't know that I had to pitch until 5 minutes ago. So what I'll do is that EdTech is getting infamous because of some competitors. So I'll give a pitch about our EdTech sector, and we have to do an IPO in 18 months. So I'll pitch to all of you that please invest in our IPO. So I think I would like to believe that EdTech, even in India, even till today, is one of the best sectors. Don't go by what is happening with other companies, etc. This year, we are on track to close the year at around $200 million in revenue with almost break even, which is a contrast to the fact that we were burning $20 million a month last year. So we have been able to cut costs, and EdTech is a sector where once the IPO starts happening, there are companies like Akash, Alan, PhysicsWala, etc. When the IPO start happening, you will realize that it's one of the best sectors. Huge gross margins. Steady state, we can get to 25 to 30% gross margins, etc. And what is also happening is that there is test prep, but then there are companies that are building to upskill and to reskill people in various sectors, and those people need jobs. So I think what will also, and you will see a section of companies like Scalar or what ISP is doing in India, etc. You will see those section of companies that will continue to do remarkably well. And I would encourage everyone to build more for EdTech. What one realization that we got was that until last year, let's say $150 million of revenue was coming from online. But when we went offline, within 12 months, we are at a run rate to do, this year actually, we are at a run rate to do $60 million just through our offline centers. And we opened the centers last year. So what will also happen is that because of online companies or online brands will use their distribution and their brand to open offline. And what happened with, let's say, a company like Lenskart, which started online and then opened a lot of offline stores. So I think if you take this omni-channel strategy, I think large companies can be built out, and we will officially soon be the largest EdTech company in the country because the #1 company built self-destruct, and hopefully would love to have you all invest in our IPO. Yeah. Veggies. Unacademy.
Okay, so the EdTech sector is something I've spent a lot of my career writing about, so it's really good to hear from you. So I've got a question for you. You know, you're a successful entrepreneur, very successful. Have you identified, any trends that you think would form the foundation for a great new business idea?
So one of the sectors that I'm extremely excited about, even in India and globally, is recruitment. LinkedIn last year did $20 billion in revenue. Naukri, in fact, I believe InfoEdge is one of the most successful internet companies in the country with 2,200 crores of top line and around 40% profit margin. So one of the sectors that, and we believe that those products can be disrupted. So I would encourage everyone to do something in recruitment, because the space is broken from sourcing to screening, and there are lots of multiple layers, and it's highly profitable. You have good LTV, because once you start, like we have been paying LinkedIn and Naukri for 8 years now. Once you start paying the platforms, you continue to pay the platforms, etc. So I think recruitment is one sector that we are very excited about. In fact, we have also launched a product in recruitment called Next Level. The product was launched 2 months ago.
Okay, wow, okay. And Gaurav, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Gonna just... I don't know what's happening.
Do you worry about any regulatory risk?
Regulatory risk is more in the K-12 segment, where you would be selling to school kids, etc. Test prep has been around for 30 years now. We have institutes like Allen and Akash, etc. that have been around for 30 years preparing people for test prep. So at this point, I don't think that's a big risk for us. Yeah.
Okay, we've got a question down here, and then we'll go to that lady, and then we might have to...
Simple question. What is EdTech?
So, see, I had that syndrome where I was struggling to define that myself. But lately what I have realized is that eventually computers will teach all of us. We will not need teachers. We are going in that direction. We are not there yet. I mean, my business is built on us hiring teachers, etc. But eventually that's the direction. So we are in that point in time, we are in that space, we are going towards it. For example, Duolingo courses and lessons are made by people with gamification, no teachers. And this year they'll do a revenue of $600 million, and they're cash flow positive. They're trading at 15x or 10x multiple at the stock market. And if you hear one of the talks or the podcast of the CEO, he says simple things. We want to build a company where computers will teach. So I think that's the goal. Now, in India, we also have an offline sector and an online sector and a test prep sector. So while on our way to that goal, we also need to make money, and in the short term, you don't need to keep your investors happy in the long term. You need to keep them happy in the short term as well. So we'll do multiple things, but I think eventually I see a future in the next 4 or 5 years, etc., where there is a product or there is a game where people are engrossed and they're learning from computers and not from humans. So that's my definition of it.
Okay, I'm really sorry, but I do have to cut time there. Hopefully, maybe you can take a few questions from some people in the audience when you depart the stage.
Thanks a lot.
So give it up to Gaurav and to Gautam for his pitch. It wasn't quite the Tank the Shark session that we had planned, but an excellent pitch and a brilliant presentation about EdTech nonetheless. Now, I can hear a few bellies growling. That must mean it's time for lunch. So go and stretch your legs, get some food, get fed and watered. We'll be back here at 1:45. Do not be late. We'll be back with our pitchers and punters session. Of course, we've got the intimate chat with Mary Com as well. It's going to be a great second half to the day. So make sure you join us and come back.
Hey, hey.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Visit www.dreamsetgo.co and book your dream experiences now.
Is the energy still high? No, I'm going to ask that one more time. Is the energy in the room still high? Yes. Well, I hope you're all feeling suitably full, but not too full, mind. No afternoon naps, no snoozing up in here this afternoon. We've got some brilliant discussions and panels that we're going to wow you with throughout the duration of the afternoon. So our next session, our session to follow after lunch, is all about From Fields to Screens, the convergence of sports, media, and social networks in the tech era. And I'm just going to take a pause for a moment just to ask if you could keep the noise down. Thank you. So social networks, media, broadcasters, wherever you look, technology and data are being used to deliver not only immersive, but also personalized content to feed consumer expectations and appetites and to win the ultimate prize. I am, of course, talking about engagement. From Insta Live to live matches, every view, every engagement is up for monetization. So how is it impacting the business of consumer engagement across these platforms? And what does it mean for businesses in terms of data privacy, ownership, and digital rights management? And how can this convergence keep up with the need for responsible and inclusive practices? And what might this look like in the future? That is what this session is all about. So to kick things off, it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage Vivek Oberoi. Hello. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm well.
So you've had a great week at IGF.
I have. It's always a great week.
Yeah.
In the service of Lord Ladak.
And I believe you've been at 10 Downing Street this week as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the second most powerful guy in
So we're only going to have a quick brief chat, but how is best to introduce you? And I notice I just kept your name there, no intro. But actor, philanthropist, serial entrepreneur, investor, you're a man with many, many hats. What's the best way to describe you?
Priyanka's husband.
Good answer. Okay, so media convergence, it's everywhere. How are you using this convergence in your businesses as a practical use case?
Well, let's give an example. If I wanted to start a company, say 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it was a process of 5 years of brand awareness, building trust, and then going and asking a consumer for their money to buy my product. It's a long process. But today, that 5 years has become 5 minutes because you already have a world full of KOLs, right? And these key opinion leaders, they have their own followers. That's their equity. That's what they're holding. They've already built their trust. They've already built their reputation. They've got people following them in terms of new trends, products, ideas, ideologies even, political ideologies. So you take a practical case like Solitario, my ethical jewelry brand that I wanted to launch because I was very excited about the tech with lab-grown diamonds and lab-grown precious stones. So went passionately behind it. In 18 months now, using KOLs, not only did we get great traction online, cost of customer acquisition was really, really low, and we didn't have to go blitzkrieg with media, right? It was very targeted media, looking at financial numbers and KOLs that would be able to deliver in those regions, very focused on on the space that we are, right? So it's got to be jewelry, fashion, but at the same time, it's got to be people who are interested in sustainability, ethics, stuff like that. So it's very easy to narrow down with that. And if you look at the convergence there, it's 5 minutes as a cycle from discovery of the product to an impulse buy, or just wanting to be a part of a movement. And that's the Gen Z millennial outlook. So it not only affects the online presence and sales and building of a company, but in 18 months now, the offline effect of the digital footprint is that I go to Spain, we do a collab with Vogue, we have influencers come on in Spain, promote Solitario, and suddenly I have one of the widest distributors closing 40 points of sale just in Spain alone. Yeah. So you built a company on the basis of that convergence.
So it's about, I guess, recalibrating, really reshifting and thinking about the end user, the end product, and streamlining to get their attention. Ultimately.
Absolutely, and in each field has its own way. When we look at media, when we look at content consumption, all of this, anything that you want to do today, you have to be able to understand it. It's like if you go back 20, 25 years, if you didn't understand taking your business from offline to online, if you were lost in the whole .com boom, your business suffered. And I think that's what this is. You have to understand media convergence, agnostic to any business that you're in.
Yeah, and I appreciate, it can feel like a mental minefield for a lot of people, but like I say to a lot of people, including my parents, tech is evolving at such a fast pace. If you don't keep up, you will get left behind. Right?
For sure.
Yeah. So you mentioned Gen Z, where a lot of us are now watching live sports on our phone, on our tablets. Many Gen Z and younger people, some not necessarily in that age group, find the concept of watching TV old and archaic. So would you say TV is the new radio?
It's funny you say that. I wouldn't say TV is the new radio. I would say TV is the old radio. Because the new radio is podcasts, right? They're just out there garnering interest and massive following already. TV is the old radio. TV is that flying dinosaur, heading at lightning speed towards extinction. If they don't reinvent, it's game over for TV media. When in 2016 I did Inside Edge for Prime,
yes.
It was interesting to see that colleagues in Bollywood circle, well-wishers came to me and saying, what are you doing with your career? Why are you messing with this thing called OTT? Do film, do TV. Yeah. What is OTT? Who even knows about it? How many subscribers do you have? What's their reach? And today everyone's on OTT,
exactly.
Right? So that time stupid, now trailblazer, right? Because while doing that, I kind of discovered a lot of things. I discovered, that I changed the average age group of following, people who watch and follow are familiar with my work, and suddenly extended my relevance by 10 to 15 years just by doing that, entering into a form of consumption, not necessarily content that's relevant to them, but just the form of consumption, being on a platform that's more familiar and comfortable with them, allowing them to discover you in a whole new way. The second thing that I realized is consumption itself has changed. So whether it's OTT, whether it's sports, you're watching it in your individual silo. Earlier, when I was growing up, a bunch of friends would get together. We would go, stand in line at a theater, buy our tickets, buy the popcorn, go sit down in our seats, watch a movie, whistle in between, and then jabber about it during interval. But now it's live while it's happening. So people are watching episode, where are you? I'm on episode 1. Oh my God, wait till you see what happens on episode 2. And that's the way they engage. That's the way the conversation moves. And then from there to moving into fan bases, forums, creating a clique almost, right? Creating a community. And then that community is being further commercialized and optimized by content creators and merchandise creators.
Yeah, I think there's this, inherent fear, I think, with some people to dip their foot into the deep end and be one of the first people to try it. But you were living proof that doing that and thinking outside the box has successful results.
Well, if you think convergence is the future, you're living in the past. I think it's here already. Yeah. It's happening as we speak, and you have to jump onto the bandwagon or get left behind.
Yeah. I like that. Right, my final question for you. How do we maintain authenticity and creativity with all this convergence? How do you maintain and keep and retain that authenticity?
Well, look, I believe authenticity is key, right? Because in today's world, in today's new media world, I believe that followers are the new currency.
Yes.
Engagement is the new equity, right? And that's how you're valued. if you don't have authenticity, let's take the disaster that was Bud Light, right? You try to jump onto a bandwagon without really researching your loyal customer base, without resonating with your brand over the decades. You try to jump onto a trend and you destroyed $27 billion in value with one campaign. You know, you've been set decades behind only because there was no authentic resonance with your brand. And that is key. Authenticity is absolute key for brand resonance.
Yes. Thank you, Vivek. Picking your brain. You're going to stay on stage for our panel, I believe. Right. You look shocked, but you're staying on stage for our panel. So continuing the conversation around the convergence of sports, media and social networks in the tech era. We've got two people from a tech and sports perspective, so I'm going to bring them up on stage now. We've got Monish Shah, founder and CBO of Dream Set Go. Come on down. And Manish Upadhyaya, Senior VP and Global Business Head, Sports Tech Business, Tech Mahindra. And we have someone from a tech and media perspective as well, Aprameya Radhakrishna, co-founder and CEO of Coup. Okay, grab a seat. Okay, well, we know who you are, Vivek, but it'd be great if you could start by telling us who you are and a bit of quick background about what you do and what your company does.
So first of all, thank you to India Global Forum for organizing this, and it's fantastic afternoon. You know, I'm Michael. Good to hear the thoughts of Vivek. We just chatted offline before the event, just before the session, and fantastic to know, you know, the convergence word which he talked about. You know, I think the convergence is happening today, as he rightly said. Every part of the life, you know. I play for a league cricket for Berkshire, and we decided there was a lot of push and pull that who will be the best 11 players who are going to play for the next game. And we decided to video record the complete game, and it's not to show the mistakes, it's about just to say how we can further improve and who are the best 11 people. On top of that, one technologist had put an AI on top of that, you know. So I'm saying it is happening everywhere, and the reach of digital is beyond the boundaries, beyond obvious. It is disrupting us. The way, you know, like even before, few seconds before the session, I was responding to some messages, kind of, so it's everywhere.
It
you know?
is
so
everywhere.
To introduce myself, I had a very interesting business. My name is Manish Upadhyaya. I had the global sports tech business for Tech Mahindra. I'm based out of London, and we work with some very interesting Indian brands. I am pretty proud of that, which is BCCI and IPL. So if you see the digital fan engagement platform next time when you download the app, it is all done by us, and take a sheer pride in that. Thank you.
All right. Right. Going to have to be a bit quicker on the intros because the clock is going down. But
Sure.
I want everyone to know who you are and what you do.
Great, super quickly. So my name is Monish Shah and I run the Dream Set Go business. We're a part of the Dream Sports universe and multiverse nowadays. These are common words. So we're India's largest sports hospitality and travel brand. We take clients to global sporting events, give them access to the best hospitality, tickets, legend meet and greets, and take care of the whole 9 yards when it comes to their sports travel experience. We're exclusive in India for Paris Olympics, Manchester United, Manchester City, Chelsea. We do the Cricket World Cup, Wimbledon, F1, pretty much all of that. So excited. We use a lot of technology to enhance our user experience and probably discuss that in the next few minutes.
Dream Set Go, I love it. And last but definitely not least.
Hi everyone, my name is Aprameya. I run a social media platform called Coup. It's a thoughts and opinions platform, best known as an alternative to Twitter back in India, and now also Brazil has started using it. So we see an opportunity to be more inclusive of thoughts and opinions by including languages, culture of each country, respecting it, and hence disrupting what's there already.
All right. Well, that's intros out the way. I'm going to dive straight in with the questions. I'm just going to keep firing questions at you until the timer runs out. So, ready? All right. So, with the proliferation of streaming services and social media platforms, how has the consumption of sports content changed? And what implications does this have for traditional broadcast networks and advertisers? Anyone can dive in first.
Sports guys,
Yeah,
go for it.
So,
you have the ball.
Yeah, thank you. So if you see, there are two phases in this whole, I would say, the tectonic shift. One before the COVID, and then post-COVID. You just lock 30 million people or 40 million people, I'm talking about UK, in the houses for 2 months. What they will do, they will just watch the content. And there are no new contents coming up as well, because everywhere the industry was stalled. Now if you see the way sports was being played, consumed, has drastically changed. I would say exponentially it has changed. The consumption has gone up, post-COVID. And it has a huge impact on the linear channel. If you see the OTT market today, I'm not talking from sports, but overall OTT market is around 4 billion users are there, and around 105 to 107 billion dollar business is there. Now everyone is spending around $4 to $5 to watch the content. If you take on an average, I know there is a lot of user ID and password sharing happens. That's a different thing, but the geofencing, I'm sure it's very weak, but it has a huge impact. If you see Sky coming up in their box with a Netflix option, it says, yes, you are important for us. So OTT is becoming important, very important. And only reason why it is important is because of the experience. Vivek touched about in his pre-note saying about the Gen Z and Gen X. Today the Gen Z and Gen X, my 12-year-old son, he spends so much money on game and experiences. They don't mind spending 70% of what they earn on the payday just on the experiences.
Yeah, I've noticed.
And the experience which you get from Skybox or the experience you get from Netflix, it's a very hyper personalized experience which you get, what movies you want to watch kind of. And I think that is the biggest, the differentiator, and it is impacting hugely the linear channels.
Yeah, I think a lot of people really want that personalized content. I don't have to wade through content that they don't want. It just want it right there, on demand, in their faces.
Yeah, but in all honesty, even OTT influences your real life decisions as well. How many people have seen Drive to Survive here? So, F1 sales in India have drastically picked up by 400% after Drive to Survive.
Oh, wow.
So, real life consumption and want to go and experience a F1 race live, it's gone up by 400%.
Yeah, wow. What are the challenges and opportunities in terms of leveraging digital media platforms for greater engagement and fan interaction?
If you see challenges, the challenge is, the level of personalization which is required. I feel we are yet not there. From the gaming perspective, we are still there.
Yeah.
But from the content perspective, I think that personalization is still required.
We're still ironing out kinks a little
Number
bit.
two, there are, other than the subscription, there are no credible monetization models. So the video commerce or social commerce yet to be evolved. It is not yet evolved the speed at which it has to be evolved. Like I'm watching a movie and I found, suppose it's a Satya movie of Vivek Oberoi and I want to buy the bike. Can I install the television, the movie and double click on it and buy and reserve the bike? I think that has not come. The monetization business model, it is not fully evolved.
Yeah.
So that's a challenge.
It's the beginning stages of this.
If you talk about the opportunity, talk about the world's biggest cricket stadium where we did the metaverse. We launched metaverse on the IPL finals, which is Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. Yeah. 135,000 capacity, world's biggest cricket stadium. But there are 2 billion cricketing fans. The biggest challenge, opportunity for the media production houses or broadcasters or non-linear channel is to how to bring a stadium to home and home to stadium. And let me tell you, we are doing some pilots where using 5G and metaverse, we can actually holocast all of us in a Manchester United stadium as if a game is happening in front of us, kind of, or we can actually holocast the game here. So that's the opportunity. We are still missing on 1 billion or 2 billion people. We are just targeting only 150 or 200k people. Whether you go to SoFi Stadium in US or whether you talk about the Man U Stadium or whether you talk about the biggest cricket stadium. How are we bringing fans closer to the game and action? I think that is the biggest opportunity.
This is still very, like you say, really early territory, the proliferation of 5G, which kind of hasn't reached its full potential yet. I go to a lot of tech shows, you've got these amazing glasses and headsets and face furniture that's going to bring all this content, all this sports content to you live wherever you are. And when that happens, it's going to be a great moment.
Absolutely,
but we're not there yet.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Does anyone have anything to add on that question?
Yeah. Sorry, go
Why
ahead.
don't you go ahead?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so we're seeing a lot of development in technology when it comes to viewing experience from home as well. So the way both of us would like to watch tennis could be very different. I would like probably to watch behind the server's arm. He would want to get a whole view, probably from the net view. And there are going to be different camera angles. There are going to be different experiences. So your viewing experience will be based to your liking. You could actually pause something, check out the stats, all of that while you're viewing it. So technology over the next 2 years is going to evolve significantly when it comes to viewing sports, and that could be even carried while you're watching sports live at the stadium. So,
just to his point, I don't believe it's an either or situation, right? I do believe, like my 10-year-old made me fly down from London in the midst of his shoot to Dubai to pick him up and fly to Qatar to watch Cristiano Ronaldo's what he begged me, saying that could probably be his last World Cup game that he watches, and they lost. So but that experience I think with companies like Dream Set Go would be well curated, and then you have a convergence of that onto the social media platforms. You have fans watching yourself watching something that you're a fan of. And it's an interesting dynamic there, So I think that kind of engagement is a whole different gamut, because people want, to the earlier point of authenticity, people want to know who you are, who you are beyond the celebrity face, who you are beyond what you are on screen. What are your likes? What is the team that you support? How do you feel when you're emotional? They want to understand that.
Yeah, and it just kind of develops that trust.
Yes, there's the thirst for authenticity.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll just add there. So on Koo, what we've done is we've created this feature where creators can get their own subscriptions, which means you don't just follow for free content, but you'll pay for extra content, more personalized content, interaction. So if you're a subscriber of a celebrity, you will actually get comments back, right? You will get invited, some lucky few will get invited to come and meet the star. So all of these experiences are deeper experiences. And discovery will happen with broader formats, but then the more personalized and customized experiences will happen with payment, right? So I think all of these experiences are coming our way.
Yeah. So interesting. I'm going to go off piste a little bit. I was at a blockchain conference recently and having a discussion about content, streaming, and NFTs, and selling, I guess, unique bits of content, information behind the scenes, access to celebrities, sports people, stuff like that. This is where the industry is moving as well. Is this something any of you are experimenting with or have thought about using NFTs to?
We're not using NFTs as a technology, because Web3 is now 2022, right? So, so 2023 is about AI and everything else. But we've taken concepts of it and developed it in Web2 itself. We'll keep getting more and more personalized as we start building into the Apple Vision device as well. I'll be sitting here, but probably my WhatsApp messages are on, and I'm getting distracted there. Something else is coming up on the right. So that's the kind of life that we will lead into, right? So
I see a second wave for NFTs. I believe the first one was less utilitarian, more gimmicky, more like, oh, that's the wave, let's catch on to it. But I think a second wave for NFTs, which are more utility backed, that actually have a physical utility to it, can come. I mean, imagine you're at a concert and right there and then, a moment in that concert, a memory in that concert is being converted into an NFT, and you have a bid whilst the concert's going on, and whoever wins that bid now has access to a very private fan club of the band, or has a meet and greet with the band. Those are the things that I think will start to evolve with NFT as a market, and I think that's what's exciting. Something that's more live and current and utilitarian.
I actually agree with both of them, because we're using a lot of AI now to understand and profile our clients. I don't want to be selling tennis to somebody that loves football. I don't want to be talking about Messi to somebody that loves Ronaldo.
Bad idea.
And so we want to understand our clients better, offer experiences, whether it's watching the sports live or interacting with their favorite legends.
Yeah.
And then we want to create a moment that they can relive forever through the whole NFT format in live sporting tournaments.
Yeah.
And probably gamify that as well in some ways.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of engagement that can
Yes.
happen in live sports as well through technology.
Yeah, there's so much to grab onto, isn't there? It's almost a bit overwhelming.
Yeah, just to add, I think the NFT is a very interesting thing. So the metaverse which we launched for Narendra Modi Stadium, you know. So if anyone has gone to that Ahmedabad iconic stadium, you'll see the lot of bats, you know, some trophies, some T-shirts and all. So when you go into the metaverse, you can buy that digital copy of that as an NFT, and the physical replica can also be shipped to your house or your address, kind of. So that is one of the use case. But you know, coming back to what Vivek has said and Monish has said, you know, the fundamental question which we all are trying to answer as a society: do you know who your fans are and why they are with you? If you answer these two questions, you know, whether it's an NFT, whether it's a merchandise, anything you want to sell, the monetization is cakewalk.
Yeah.
You know, because then fan trust you. You know very much about me. You treat me as a friend or as a guest. You know, and you take care of my personal choices. You know, and then you know they definitely put the money on the table.
Actually, I want to add to the point that, you know, when Vivek was up here alone, he spoke about how easy now and how targeted it is to go to your target audience because of influencers, the key people that can. And we've seen that because what we do is we offer a lot of offline money can't buy experiences, and through targeted influencers and celebrities, it's a lot easier to go to the right kind of target audience and win their trust rather than doing an entire offline model. So technology, digital actually helps you cater and tap to the right audience in a much faster pace than you would otherwise.
Yeah, but I think for you guys, you definitely sound like you're on the ball, you're on the nose, you know what you're talking about. There are some, you know, broadcasters, companies, small companies, big companies that, so to have a presence on a particular social media platform or you know, change pace and, you know, completely change their direction of how they do things, it might be quite difficult. So how can they strike a balance between, you know, presenting an authentic voice and having a presence in these spaces? It's not as easy for everyone to kind of make that shift.
It's very difficult. Look at the BBC, right? We're in England, so look at the BBC. 1922 to 2022, 100 years. It's just about scratching into the 500 million people reached mark. And look at Mr. Beast. Every month, his video engagement is over 1 billion views. The BBC does have narratives. The BBC does have political biases or ideas, no matter how, you know, the veneer is. All legacy media have issues like that they deal with, and it's very difficult to break or dismantle that to go into something that's raw and authentic and real and honest. I mean, there's so much that you don't want to say because you may offend somebody. Yeah. But in your case, when you have your followers, you know, to what he said earlier, when you have knowledge of who your followers are and what they resonate with, and you're authentic with that, they're sticking with you. Yeah. You know, you're not just trying to widen the base because some, you know, data analyst in marketing came back with some numbers and said, "Oh, we need to focus on that PG now."
Do that.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, "Oh, I don't know what to do." Anyone got anything to add to that?
No, so I'll give you an instance of a creator I was talking to, a leading journalist, Hindi journalist in India. So he said he was walking on the footpaths of Mumbai one day, and then a Mercedes, parks right next to him. The guy comes running and falls at his feet, right? So he's very happy that he fell at his feet, but in his mind he's like, how do I monetize falling at feet? Right? And
smart Indian.
So all of these innovations will actually help monetize these inner feelings that, you know, a broad media company would never have been able to do. So we will innovate on such things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Monetization's wide. I mean, you can look at championing causes. You can look at, raising funds for issues and bringing people in for issues that you're passionate about. You can revive dying arts, dying sports. I mean, the power is immense. We're just scratching the surface right now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I really feel that we're at the beginning. Something's bubbling of something amazing. So just before we end our session, I just want to ask you guys, where do you see this space heading in maybe 10 years? Or where would you like it to be?
10 years we'll be talking about something else.
Right, let's go 5 years.
done.
2 years. Man. Look, 5 years back, if you asked about what is the 10-year roadmap, maybe people they would have answered with a presentation or some thoughts, detailed thoughts. But now, if you ask about 10 years, it's a very, very big question. I don't know what technological disruption will hit us like a tsunami in next 1 month or next 2 months. We don't know about it. But my limited, understanding of this space says, and I'm going to the media part of the sports. If you see the OTTs are slowly moving, whether it's Amazon Prime or Netflix, they're moving towards the sports from the the commercial content and cinematic content. Now slowly the model will change to watch per game, watch per day. Sky is already trying that out, and then there is something which we all are missing, and I feel it will create a big wave. Is the IPTV, where you need not to buy any subscription. When it is going to get completely legalized, when you'll have an app for it, and you can watch any content, and you decide what price you want to pay it for that bundle. You can bring your bundle, kind of. So that's where I see this space will move towards from sports.
I mean, even if IPTV doesn't happen, the micro subscriptions are definitely here to stay.
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think we all live in a dopamine chasing world, right? So we've gone from reading a whole book and being happy about it over a few days to, every hour you're getting some kind of dopamine hit by scrolling or doing whatever else. To in a couple of years, I wouldn't even say 5 or 10. In a couple of years, we'll get real-time dopamine hits, right? Like we'll be wearing our glasses all the time, and as we are speaking, if I start getting likes more with the words that I say, I will say more of that. And I'll feed into the crowd, right? So
I think there's a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah, absolutely. We're heading there.
That's what I said, right? Followers are the new currency, and engagement is the new equity.
Well, it's already happening, we're already in the midst of that. Okay, if no one's got anything else to add, I am going to say thank you very, very much to my brilliant bunch of panelists. Come on, give them a massive round of applause.
Thank
you. All right. Thanks, guys. I really enjoyed that chat. Thank you. Good man. Okay, so it's now time for our IGF Pitchers and Punters Masterclass. It doesn't really get more exciting than investors taking you through a masterclass on enabling early stage ecosystems that drive real global opportunities. So, I'd like to welcome to the stage my lovely panelists. We have Shanti Mohan, founder from Let's Venture. We have Ishpreet Gandhi, founder and managing partner for Stride Ventures. And last but definitely not least, we have Ankush Angawal, Chief Business Officer for Ola. All right, take a seat, take a pew. Sit wherever you. Oh, we're missing somebody. And then there were two. How are we doing, guys? We okay?
Yes.
Having a good day?
Yes.
Yeah. Had a good
Amazing
week,
week.
actually. It's brilliant,
Amazing
hasn't
week.
it? Yeah,
Yes.
it's a bit sad that it's kind of ending today, really. So we've only got, how long have we got? 20 minutes on the clock. So we're talking about, this kind of pitches and punters masterclass, going to dig deep into your brains to get some knowledge out of you. So my first question is, what are some effective strategies and best practices for early stage startups to attract global investment?
You want me to go
Anyone
first?
can go first.
Okay. Hello?
I think
yes.
you're on.
So just before I start, I'll give a quick overview on Let's Venture.
Yeah.
So we are basically an India-based company, India's largest marketplace for early stage funding. And we've helped close to about 900 companies raise about 130 million in early stage.
Wow.
And we have about 30 growth companies where we've raised close to 100 million. And we have about 20,000 investors from 60 countries on the platform.
Wow.
And our portfolio is today valued at close to 10.5 billion. But if I look at early stage and if I look at global, I think those words are contradicting to each other. Because I believe when you start an early stage company, you have to first find product market fit. You have to first find you have to first solve for the problem you're trying to solve with your early stage startup before you look at globalization.
Just baby steps.
Yes.
Taking baby steps
yes.
first.
And
yeah.
I think while globalization is the new buzzword and the new, sexy buzzword for founders, I think it is not the right thought process when you're an early stage founder.
So
right?
setting
As
those
an early stage
expectations.
founder, first solve the problem you were trying to solve for, right? Find your customers, start monetization, at least capture one market before you say that I want to cross and become global. Right? That's from a product perspective. But if I were to look at global investors investing into startups, I would say that you need to find why is the investor looking at your company. Is he active in your region, right? Like in Let's Venture, we have investors from 60 countries, but they all are looking to invest into Indian companies, right? So that's how the global investor play comes in.
Yes.
But you don't randomly go to a new market and start pitching to investors because their thesis and your geographical focus has to match, right? And I think that is the kind of the most subtler nuance of thinking global investors.
Yeah, and I guess, as the saying goes, you've got to walk before you can run, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly.
Yes.
Have you got anything to add to that?
So first of all, a quick introduction about what we do in India. So I'm a founder of Stride Ventures and Stride One. Stride Ventures is our fund business where we do private credit plus early stage of fintech. And we have almost 150 companies in our portfolio across sectors. And we also run a platform called Stride One where we do the cash flow financing of these businesses. So that's where you go into deep in terms of understanding the real cash flows of consumer commerce businesses, which helps you have a pulse about the ecosystem as well. To add to what Shanti has said, naturally she's been doing this for 10 years, so her portfolio is much wider and at early stage. Had you asked this question 12 months back, that what is the playbook to get global investors in local companies, the answer could have been different. But right now, I think the most important playbook is trust and governance, especially the times we are standing today.
Yes.
I'll tell you reasons, 2-3 reasons. What happens typically in early stage businesses, right? You're trying to bet on a founder, a market size which they're trying to capture. Also, the ability of this team to capitalize on the capital which they raise in the first round of capital and build upon that. Moment it become mid and late, right? Now the private markets have opened up. So there are, if you talk about a consumer company in India, there are benchmarks. We have Sanjay sitting here. He can speak a lot about that. But there are benchmarks about what are the right contribution margins for a certain scale of business. What should be the right revenue multiples? What should be right valuation metrics? What's happening? I think over a period of time, what I've started realizing that there is not a lot of focus towards building a right framework around finance, governance, etc., which has started becoming more important. And as you grow, and that's not India's problem, that's any growing startup ecosystem's problem. Moment it becomes larger, right? People generally flock into the situations and they realize over a period of time the complexities around it. So I think the real differentiator is an investor sitting outside India. If you're talking about India, or investors sitting outside UK, if you talk about UK, they do not know about the market as such, right? So how do you solve for the trust factor in terms of stating whatever you are saying on your pitch actually gets reflected in terms of what the business stands out as? So I think that trust is the most important element to solve for, which is an extension towards having right governance frameworks. And you start thinking about it. It's important that businesses start thinking about it, and today is the best time to do that.
Yeah. Well, I've only asked you one question. You've already dropped so much gold on the stage here. I feel like you're about to add something.
Yes.
Yes, go for it.
Sorry?
I feel like you were going to add something.
No,
Oh, you're just looking at me with those beautiful eyes.
Yes.
So what are the important factors to consider when entering new markets as an early stage ecosystem?
Entering a new market, right? And that's exactly goes back to my earlier point of, I think, solve for the current market you have launched before you look at a new market. I think that's a very simple first principle thinking of early stage companies.
Do you think that's a mistake that a lot of early stage companies make?
Yes, that's because just like how we like to put AI and then we like to put blockchain, now we want to say, okay, I'm in 4 countries, right? Instead of that, this is just the definition of scale, right? Where you actually become the leader in your city or if you're a local company, right? You first kind of capture the market there, because every market has a different playbook, right? Exactly to what Ishpreet was saying is that if you look at metrics, if you look at how the market behaves, it is very, very nuanced when you actually enter into a new market.
Yeah.
Like at Let's Venture, we've completed 10 years on May 31st. And just last year, we decided to enter a new market, right? Because I don't think that we could have entered a new market maybe 5 years earlier, right?
Yeah.
And exactly to his point, we carried the trust and credibility of being the largest player in India before we entered a new market. And it is so much more easier. Your timelines are accelerated when you enter a new market,
Yeah.
because what I have done in India for 10 years, I'll probably do in a new geography for 2 years, within 2 years. Right?
Yeah.
But I don't have a good answer on entering a new market for
No, that's all right. Everything you're saying is gold. Don't worry,
Yes.
don't worry.
Yes.
Have you got anything to add to that?
I'll just add, I'll give you an instance. We funded a business, an alcoholic beer business in India in 2015. And that company decided to go overseas immediately 2 years while cracking the India market. It was positioned very differently amongst being at a mid-price point with a very differentiated taste point. And they entered UK, US, Singapore, Malaysia, set up offices, right? All to understand, sponsored a lot of events to get the presence, all to understand they were not aware about the regulatory market. In this case, it's more nuanced naturally, and curtailed back over a period of 24 months. That resulted into the naturally capital outflow, which could have concentrated on the business. More importantly, the focus towards building a region. Now, when a founder is actually concentrating on a region seriously, that means that there are certain resources who are running with them. In order to start a country and go deeper, you need to understand the local expertise. You need to have a local expertise. You need to have global touch points. You need to have regulatory environments. All of that needs to be solved for before you start actually going outside your playbook. And so that's a very judicious call. Some people do think a SaaS business makes sense, right, to do it globally if it's a global product. But most of the consumer commerce, depending at nuanced sectors, you need to first of all capture the market, as she said. Becomes the lion in the market before you start going outside.
Yeah, so just to add to that point, right, when he talked about the SaaS business, we know of a lot of companies which started with US being their market. But that was not being global, right, because their first market was the US. And then they take the product from US to other geographies. So I think the definition of globalization for entrepreneurs has to be redefined, saying what does globalization really mean, right? Because I have today, like I said, investors from 60 countries on the platform, but I don't think I'm a global platform yet, right? Because we're still solving for founders in India. Of course, we funded, now we've started looking at global founders, right? But the aspect of then taking the marketplace for founders outside India, then my sourcing would change, right? The metrics on which you would measure a good company in that geography would change, right? So there are more subtle kind of definitions you need to think about when you start thinking about global markets.
Okay, and I realise we've got a short amount of time on the clock. What role does government support play, in helping, not necessarily just early stage startups, but just startups in general?
I would say government just being out of the way is great. That's it, right? We don't need help as founders. I think the ecosystem is really good. Like in India, it's a really good ecosystem.
Yeah, it's thriving.
We would rather feel that the government just stay out of our way.
Yeah.
I think. Yes.
Actually, I have a counter opinion in this for sure.
Yeah.
So if you see,
I like that.
I'm actually taking India's playbook because we work there more. If you see the real evolution on some of the sectors in India, I think it's about right public infrastructure and plugging yourself in that public infrastructure. If you see fintech revolution in India, you talk about GST, you talk about UPI. All of this actually has a playbook for new companies to innovate smartly and plug themselves with the government infrastructure and come up with solutions. Now, there can be funny regulations here and there, which happens in India, but that happens everywhere. But the point is that open infrastructure, government infrastructure can be really potent. If they are embracing startups. For example, we've just come up with a draft logistics policy which is getting implemented in India. If done well by startups, if embraced well, that can have amazing efficiencies on the logistics cost in India, right? So I think, and we have similarly a lot of other initiatives which has come up with. There's an ONDC which is in play, which is coming. So I think a good public-private partnership, in this case public startup partnership, done well innovatively, has some legs.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, I'm going to squeeze one more question in, or one more question out of you. What are the key factors that investors like yourself consider when evaluating early stage startups of potential investment? You know, and how can entrepreneurs enhance their appeal in those areas?
I would say for early stage startups, right,
Yeah.
it is completely founder driven, right? So you double index on founders, right? Whether what is the founder market fit, right? What is the founder domain fit, right? So it's mostly about founders, because markets will change, right? But how coachable is the founder? How deeply does he understand his domain, right?
Yeah.
And I think it is mostly about founder evaluation, and that's why it's so much more harder to predict success. This is like trying to pick your chess champion in a class of 10 when the child is like 10 years old, right? And you kind of want to predict who's going to become the chess champion. You don't know, right? You kind of give them the same resources, but it's very, very founder kind of centric. I mean, this is for early stage companies.
Yeah.
Yes, but Ishpreet, you might want to add.
Yeah, no, almost there. I just want to add on 70% founders, 30% has to be a business and team. You can't do anything without team. So right kind of team. I think in today's time, what we've seen a change is that a lot of experienced founders who are coming. Now they can really come with certain expertise and certain team. That becomes an add-on, especially in times like these when the liquidity is not very, very easily available. Right. So I think it's almost there 70% for founders for us, and 30% would be a extension of team and the kind of naturally business model product they're trying to do.
Brilliant. Okay, and on that note, I'm going to say thank you so much to Shanti and Ishpreet. Thank you for parting your knowledge onto us today. Really valuable, really useful.
I have
so
a question
thank
for you.
Yes.
How do you manage all these different conversations? You must have really prepared a lot.
So on the outside, I'm like, hey, it's cool. On the inside, I'm a bit like,
yes.
Remember that, don't forget that.
Yes.
But I hope I'm doing a good job so far.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, thank you. All right, give it up one more time. Okay, so we're now going to reshuffle the room. Things are going to get a bit messy, but we'll bring it all back again. We're going to swap out some microphones, and I'd like to invite to the front row the punters, those who've been asked to be punters in our pitchers and punters competition, to come to the front, please. And while they do that, I want everyone, I'm going to get you moving and kind of talking to your neighbours again. I want everyone to choose one person and take a minute to talk about their summer destination. Where is the best place to go this summer? While we just reshuffle the room and get our punters up front. They're up here, my love. Yes. Pitchers, well, I'll introduce you. Are you? Oh, pitcher, you guys. I'll bring you on stage in a minute, my lovely. Okay, we're talking about those summer vacations. Feeling good? Nail it. Yes. See, I'm going to bring you out. I'm going to bring all you guys on together on stage. You'll sit and do your pitch one by one, all right? Punter? I think there's 6 of you. Oh, we've got another one. Oh, you pitching? All right. So our punters and pitchers are almost ready. Ooh, we have an imposter in the midst. Yeah.
So there's about a platform. Somebody pitched to me on e-commerce. Matching in every flight, matching passengers with excess baggage and those with less than excess baggage. And matching them.
Sometimes it makes you wonder what goes on in people's heads, right?
You spend $5 million in building a tech stack already. And you want to raise another $5 million. So I told him, how would you share the bags?
Yeah.
I haven't thought of all that. We'll work it out.
Some people just need that voice of reason just to say that's not a great idea. Right, I think we've gone. I can hear you. Yeah. Okay.
To re-energize, and then we'll go.
So we're back, we've reshuffled the room. We're playing Simply the Best because we're about to hear some pitches and ultimately find out who is simply the best. It's time for our first ever IGF Pitchers and Punters. Now, IGF is committed to promoting increased collaboration on technology and innovation between India and the UK. It's the first time ever that this IGF Pitchers and Punters has been done here, so this is very exciting for us. As part of this effort, we are offering this rare and exclusive opportunity for some of the most promising innovators and entrepreneurs to present their ideas, innovations, and solutions to some of the top Indian entrepreneurs and investors from the IGF's Founders Circle and core group of global leaders. Together, they have founded game-changing businesses. They've invested for years and years. In other words, they are seasoned entrepreneurs and business people. So before we get our pitchers on stage, they're eagerly waiting in the wings. I just want to say hi to our punters at the front. Say hi. Have you got a mic down here? Have you got a microphone? Can we just pop? Just want everyone to just say hello, introduce yourself, and maybe tell me what you're hoping to get out of this session.
Hoping to get a sensible pitch so we can put some money with it. Or we can.
That would be good.
Okay.
All right. Who else wants to grab the mic?
Hi, I'm Abhimanyu Munjal. I founded a lending business in India called Hero FinCorp. We started 10 years back. We have about 10 million customers, $5 billion of assets, and we do about 6 loans a minute. And as a hobby, I do support a lot of young entrepreneurs like myself in terms of age. And we have a fund where where we do invest in a lot of startups back home in India and globally. So I'm really looking forward to hearing some new ideas, which I haven't heard before. They asked me to do the tank and shark, but the tank and shark was meant to be outside my business domain. And I really thought about it. Very difficult once you are stuck into something for 10 years to really get out and think something differently. So I really look forward to...
So you're more at home in this session. Yeah, okay. You know it's coming. The mic's coming to you.
Hi, I'm Gautam Shroff. I run Nuvama Wealth Management. We are one of the largest wealth managers back home in India. And I personally take care of the institutional equities, funnel a lot of public investments in India. And I do startup investing like a hobby and encourage a lot of new entrepreneurs. So that's a little bit about me.
And to the right. Oh yes, glad we've got some female representation. Yes, ladies.
So my name is Priya Guha. I've met many of you so far during the course of this week, but I have many hats across the tech and innovation ecosystem, including a couple of investor hats. And what am I looking for? I think I really want to see something that's going to build on the UK-India corridor. It's the theme of the week. So let's see who's got an idea that'll spark off that.
I like that.
Thank you, Priya. So hi, my name is Preeti Sawant. I'm a second-time entrepreneur, founder and CEO of Jules Stewart's Business Solutions, India's second largest technology workforce solutions company, and the only woman to have the second largest one for the second time. The first one I created close to 9,500 people, sold, exited, listed. And on a personal capacity, I do investments primarily into talent, blockchain, cybersecurity, AI/ML, and currently in London to make 2 investments for my inorganic growth. Thank you so much.
Wow, you can see why they're in our punters front row, can't you? Thank you, guys. Thanks for those brilliant introductions. Right, do you want to meet the pitchers? Okay, so I'm going to invite them all. They're going to take a seat and they're going to pitch one by one. So first up, we have Anshu Kotak and Asi Gold, co-founders of Prickly Bear. We have Michael Nakan, founder and CEO of Envision Entertainment. Anuj Gupta, founder of Green Van. And last but definitely not least, we have Robbie Johnston, founder of Hawkscore. Okay, sitting comfortably. No one wants to take the set as well. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. I'm going to invite a speaker, pitcher on stage, or they're already on stage, invite them to get off their seat, who will have 3 minutes to pitch their idea. And then there'll be 3 minutes on the clock for you guys to fire questions at them. It's all going to be very quick and succinct, right? Now, the idea here isn't to pitch for funding, but rather for advice, mentorship and experience on how they can scale their business globally and rapidly and get advice on their strategy and international expansion and their product, among other things. And with such an esteemed bunch of punters, I really think they will really value your insights. So do you want to know who's going first? We have Anshu. Okay, your 3 minutes begin now.
Thank you. So I'm Anshu, co-founder of Prickly Bear. There's my co-founder, Asi. Spent most of my career at Goldman Sachs, and then I became a mother of 2 and recognized a very real world problem, which is screen time for kids today is totally broken. So kids spend on average 4 to 6 hours a day on screens, riddled with ads, screen time is, and they spend very little time learning, and parents are super frustrated that their kids are building poor digital habits. So we at Prickly Bear have launched the world's first Learn and Earn network. So we encourage kids to learn across kids' screen time and earn rewards that they really care about. So Robux, V-Bucks, for those of you that have kids, whether your kids love Roblox and Fortnite, etc. We call it a network because we have multiple learning opportunities across screen time. So kids can learn in our games. We've launched the first Roblox Learn and Earn game that exists. We've partnered with Holland & Barrett, which is a wellness retailer. We've launched the world's first Learn and Earn healthy eating game. We've then partnered with EdTechs like Drops, which is a language platform. They have 400 million users globally. So now kids can go to Drops, learn languages, and earn rewards. And the most exciting part, I think, is we now replace ads in games with EDs. So learn and earn nuggets called EDs. So imagine a kid is on YouTube watching a trending song, and instead of seeing an inappropriate ad sometimes that 8 to 12-year-olds see, they now see 15 seconds of a trivia. They answer the questions and they earn some rewards for that effort. We are now launching Prickly AI next month, which is super exciting, which means that kids will be able to generate their own Learn and Earn games within 2 minutes. So they pick a topic they're really passionate about, create the game, they share that game, and other kids can then play it, learn from it, and earn rewards from that. So that really will spark our virality. In the UK, we've already had 400,000 kid downloads. We've got really strong retention numbers, and we are launching in the US next month with Prickly AI. And I have 50 seconds left on the clock.
I wanted to hear the gong. Okay, a brilliant solution for screen time there. I'm not going to say any more. I'm just going to hand over to you guys, the punters, for questions.
So who pays for the download? The kid pays for the download?
The parent subscription. So it's a parent subscription model. Parents pay, there's 3 tiers, and the more they pay, the more rewarded learning their kid gets access to.
So I was just going to make a sort of question/comment, which is how are you looking at cultural divergency here? Because the the social media regulation is emerging in very, very bifurcated cultural ways across the world?
So we actually partner on the side of regulation, we think. So we've partnered with a gaming studio, for example, Outfit 7. For those of you that don't know, they have 20 billion downloads globally. Games are under huge regulatory pressure when they're exposing kids to ads. And they actually see us as a positive brand image. So we've partnered with them to put ads in their games. They give us 70% off their currency because this is a partnership that they want. And the same with Quali, it's another gaming studio. So we're really excited to see that they want to partner with us as an almost kid stamp on the positive side of regulation.
Would you look at selling anything else to them?
Would we look at selling?
Selling any goods and services to the kids besides just...
So the kid can subscribe within the app, but we're very much parent-led. We target 8 to 12-year-olds, so it's not something that we would go out and sell to the kids. The difference between us and the EdTechs is we provide that motivation. So we find our kids go to their parents and say, can you subscribe us to Prickly Bear? I can learn about my times tables and earn the Robux that I want. So that's the main difference between us and EdTechs.
So I think it's a great business, and especially it's educative for the kid. And as a parent, I know how much my kids see, TV, or in fact, they go to a TV and start touching it.
Yeah.
I say this is not touch screen.
Yeah.
It's amazing. But I think it's a great business also from a perspective of catching customers young. Right? So do you have a roadmap to say how do you, through the life cycle, monetize? Because soon they will. I remember I went to the Bay Area and there's a company I saw was SoFi. They coined a term called Henry, high earning, not rich yet. And they said we'll start catering to them when they are rich.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good thought to say how do I monetize this database of kids when they become high earning.
So right now,
consumers.
Yeah. So right now we're learn and earn. We target like 8 to 12-year-olds. And so again, I mentioned with Prickly AI, they can generate their own games and earn from that and almost build their own micro business. But we also think about create and earn. So we imagine university students creating content and earning from that. And we're partnering with JLR, for example, for 15, 16-year-olds to create like the first driving theory game for UK drivers to learn and earn from. So it's very much throughout the life cycle. We're just targeting the UK for 8 to 12. Now that we feel we've got that, we're opening up the ages.
How's the competitor landscape at this point of time?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we're the first. Was that my presentation gone?
Do you let them answer the question once yeah? Okay, all right, I won't be that cutthroat.
Okay. It depends what part. So if it's competing for screen time, then gaming companies, social media. If we're competing for learning, it's other EdTechs. If we're competing for ed space in games, it's other ad networks like IronSource. But in terms of someone that amalgamates everything, we're the first of its kind.
Okay, a brilliant first pitch, setting the bar there, guys, no pressure. Brilliant questions from the punters. This is exactly what I wanted. On that note, Michael, you're up.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests from India, I'm Michael, the CEO of Envision Entertainment, a premium content company based in London. We're on a mission to discover the franchises of the future by embracing new technologies. My partner in the business is Harry Potter producer David Barron, and we're backed by Tetra Pak heir Magnus Rousing. Today, I'd like to ask each of you a simple question. Are you creative? Do you have a story in your mind? I bet you do. And I bet that you can see all of your characters in your mind's eye. Your hero, your villain, your love interest, your monster. But it can be hard to bring these characters to life using only words. I can even struggle as a writing major. So what if you could easily bring them to life and share stories with your global audience? What if everybody could, not just a storied few with the right degrees and access to Hollywood gatekeepers? Imagine the sheer quantity of untold stories with vast local appeal that could originate from the inner city of London or, on a much vaster scale, the rural villages of India. I'm here to tell you about my vision for Fable, a pioneering webcomics platform which will utilize new methods of creating and distributing content which will democratize the entertainment industry in the UK, India, and beyond. Have you heard of webtoons? They are vertical scroll comics that were invented in Korea and have taken Asia by storm, and they're increasingly gaining popularity in the US. Think of them like TikTok for comics. Most stories take less than a minute to read, and they're very relatable, come across with issues that Gen Z really care about. Several of Korea's top film and TV shows are based on webtoons. And international interest in webtoons is growing fast. The market is growing at a rate of 25% CAGR, and actually recently over 50% of Indians said that they would be interested in consuming webtoons in a recent survey. Fable will be the first Western entry into the fast-growing webtoon market. When we launch our app in November, we will have a three-pronged strategy for growth. Step one is licensing. We're going after beloved British comics such as the Beano in order to license and gain a collection for our launch. Step two is creation. We're creating new spin-offs of established media franchises like Peaky Blinders to bring in another set of audience members. But step three, and this is what I'm most excited about, is creating a toolkit for people to easily utilize new technologies such as generative AI in order to create and consume their own comics and distribute them locally amongst their friends. We will monetize the platform through advertising, premium content, and allowing creators to sell merchandise through the platform. In doing so, Fable will be both a content platform and a marketplace. We're a content company with contracts with the likes of Disney and Universal, so we're very sure we can do the content side. What we're really looking for is expertise on the technical side. So thank you so much.
I have a feeling you practiced that. You finished right on the nose. Okay, punters, I'm going to hand over to you. You know the drill.
And how do you get the users? How do you get the customers?
Through the use of the library content that we have. So we're partnering with very established UK publishers in the first instance with IPs like the Beano, Commando, etc. And we're going to bring their audiences onto the app.
So will that cost you?
Actually, interestingly, no. Within the kind of e-comics market, typically it's just a rev share model. So we're not doing a MG. The thing that does have a cost is that obviously within a conventional printed comic page, you have multiple panels that are laid out in a page format. What we need to do is create a vertical scroll version of those panels. So there is a cost associated with that, but we've developed technology to do that in a much more quicker way than doing that manually.
But I'm lost as what are you solving for?
Well, I think what we're solving for is the fact that there isn't a platform available for people to easily consume Western style comics on their phones. Right now, you still have to carry around large, comics in order to read them or read them on tablets.
So there's a huge, legitimate, shall we say, comic market. There's also a more nefarious comics market. And how will you ensure that what you are party to publishing and producing stays on the right side of that line, because you won't have necessarily oversight of the content that goes onto the comics you produce?
Well, in the first instance, of course, we'll be licensing existing content and creating our own content. So as content producers, we obviously will stay ensured that that is very strong quality stuff that doesn't err on that side of the line. When it comes to creating new content, we will basically, in the first instance, manually look through stuff and make sure that it isn't nefarious or anything. But over time, we want to build moderation tools to ensure that people can't actually use our tools to create, pornographic images or anything like that. But again, this is why we're coming now at this stage and looking to partner with people who have expertise in moderation and in social media elements, because that isn't our core focus as a business.
I mean, it's probably stating the obvious, but that's incredibly hard. No one's got that right yet.
Yeah. Well, I think that within the kind of confines of generative AI, as I understand it, you can set certain guardrails, right? So we would be very, very picky about what kind of prompts could be used within the app to create these types of images.
So what kind of unit economics does this have? Have you thought about how you're going to commercialize this and really make money? In India, you said you want to take this to India. So what do you expect the average Indian consumer to actually pay for this?
Well, I think it's a freemium product. That's the first thing to understand. It has to be available largely for free, and a lot of the content needs to be available for free. We will monetize that content through ads, first and foremost, but then also as we gain kind of super fans, as we gain people who really like our content, we will create premium content that is paid for, that people can conduct microtransactions for in order to buy. But then in the kind of long run, like I said during the pitch, we're very keen for it also to be a marketplace, so creators can set out their stalls on the app and actually sell their merchandise or their printed novels or whatever through the platform, and we will take a cut of those sales.
I can feel you're ready to ask another question. I'm going to have to say no. Time is up. I feel really cruel, but we've got to be fair. Another brilliant pitch. Thank you very much. And again, brilliant questions from you guys. Keeping them on your toes. Good grilling. Okay, you know what I'm going to say, don't you? Anuj, you are up.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a few slides because I'm audio-visual. If Chris, somebody can put the slides on. It's a pleasure to be present amongst this august audience. And I want to thank Manoj and the team, lovely team at IGF for giving us this opportunity. Green Van, an Amazon of services, a new reality powered by conversational AI. So it's a very simple concept where we send tradespeople like movers, electricians, plumbers, locksmiths to customers and small businesses across the UK. Next, please. So history has shown us that internet took shopping online, and Amazon was a great business case that got created. Mobile took taxi online, and we saw a $100 billion Uber business case. We know that the time has come when AI is going to take conversational consultative closure online, and I think that's the opportunity. We are not a marketplace, but we are a service provider where tradesmen either contract with us or work with us, because in order to provide stability to the customer and to the tradesman. It's a $1.7 trillion opportunity, 10 times the size of Uber. Also, it's highly fragmented with 87% fragmentation in the top 5 countries across the world. And I just want to go back to the slide. 170,000 establishments in this country have less than 3 employees. It's way more fragmented than the minicab market was. So today this industry is phone-based, where the customers close the jobs over the phone with John the plumber. And the challenge is, John is expensive. John can only work 8 hours, has limited intelligence, is a single service provider, and can only handle 1 call at a time. We are shifting this industry from phone to chat using conversational AI. And what that does, it allows us, so we've built the world's most applied conversational chat engine, allowing us to replace the expensive specialist who was 42% of the transaction value and enable real-time consultative closure. As a result, we reduce the operating cost by 42%. We are available 24 hours. We can handle thousands of transactions at the same time, and we can offer multiple services, enabling in a 4 times CAC to LTV scenario. We are where you are. We don't expect you to download the app or go to the internet. We are on the Prime channel of WhatsApp to allow you the closure of finding a plumber in seconds. We believe in our assessment we are 18 months ahead of our nearest competitor. And that's because of the heterogeneity in the transactions. So we are a behind-the-wall technology company like Google, because every transaction is unique, unlike Uber and Airbnb, where there is a lot of homogeneity in the transactions. So it's difficult to plagiarize a model like ours. So we believe that everybody stands to win. Customers save time and money. Tradesmen double their income and their family time. Investors go with colossal returns. Government gets thousands of new jobs. Industry gets more transaction velocity and more access to immediacy. So we are a story of a large TAM, large margins, large scale, and deep moats. Just 2 slides more.
Oh, Anuj, you've got to be fair to everybody. 3 minutes is
And
up,
the last slide was that we see a future of services where you can book the way Amazon is for products, we are for services. Thank you.
These people come from me on the line. Do you notice how we really sped up towards the end? You couldn't see the timer, but I could. But brilliant nonetheless. Okay, punters, you know what I'm going to say.
I think there's more training about presentation than business. I have a feeling I'm getting with her around there.
So I think you said that I'm not a marketplace, but the competency building across all services, there would be 200, 300 plus services, building that competency so you become the largest employer. It's going to be heavy capital business for the months. And then retention, and then those many salaries, and then the deliverables responsibility. Don't you think it's an extremely high risk?
Yeah, so just to quickly answer that, it's not 200 services, it's only 7 services, because that's where the TAM is. It's a $120 billion market in the UK with about 80% of the TAM belonging to 7 services. And there is so much demand that tradesmen, because they double their income, they're really interested in being a part of our journey. And they double their family time. There's no idiosyncratic challenge in their life. They basically do what they do. We do the rest because technology allows us to process the whole transaction, removing the friction.
I got really excited when I saw the AI bot, and I thought that you were replacing tradesmen to AI bots as much as you could. And when I saw a lot of tradesmen, I got really worried because you have the handies of the US, and you have a lot of what do you call it? There's an Indian version of this as well. Urban clap, which is actually aggregated.
Last in US.
Yeah, handyman and stuff like that. So I think their model was to aggregate contractors because of this reason that she said.
Yeah, right? I'll answer that question. I know that question. So the point is simple. Okay. The point is very simple. Look, the time has come now. You couldn't have had people employed because you don't get the scope of the transaction right, because conversational AI allows you to scope the transaction. If I don't know the scope of work, how do I tell the time it's going to take at the customer's location and the next customer's location? So Urban Clap is 50 years behind conversational AI, and that's why the unit economics will never happen. We are delivering a 34% EBIT margin, so 5 times lifetime value.
Are you profitable or are you burning?
No, we are profitable in our unit economics. I mean,
as a company.
As a company, no. But because we basically got to go large in charge. We're going to be on TV. We're going to be outdoors. So
one of my mentors told me, and this is very important, top line is vanity, bottom line is sanity, cash it back is reality.
Yeah.
And cash it back is what gets valued and not top line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but on a unit economics point, we're talking 34% EBIT margin, just to be absolutely clear on that. I mean, look, the time has come now for the first time to organize this industry where you can actually close the scope of work in the digital conversation. So it was not possible. That's why Handy, and that's why these companies are the way they are.
What are the entry barriers, you think?
I mean, our moats. I mean, it's our intellectual property, it's our heterogeneity of the transaction, understanding the algorithm, how people communicate, what customers want, pricing of the transaction, understanding muscle time, sussing the scope of work. It's a lot of density across the platform.
Thank you. Brilliant. It's pretty fast talk. I don't think anyone can talk as fast as me, but you can. Okay, Robbie, you know what you're up against? You know what to do? I'm going to leave the stage to you.
Hi, my name's Robbie, and I'm the MD and co-founder of Hawk. We have one aim, and that's to help people live better for longer. So how do we go about this? Well, I'm sure many of you are aware that in most developing and developed countries, chronic health conditions are causing healthcare costs to spiral. So these metabolic diseases, type 2 diabetes, strokes, cardiovascular disease, are causing problems, but they're preventable, and they're not necessarily going to be cured by a doctor and medicine. It's a societal issue that we need to address. So how do we go by addressing this monumental challenge? Well, with quite a simplistic approach. We provide a health score, much like a credit score, to individuals from 0 to 1,000, and we base it across 5 different pillars: mind, body, sleep, movement, and nutrition. And these 5 factors can all contribute to being metabolically healthy. So, how do we do this? The first thing we do is an online health assessment. Now, we've built this with large data studies, large population sample data for an initial score. This initial score gives you an idea of your health. We can then ratify this score in an in-person assessment, and it's not medical, it's non-clinical, but we're using the top sports science and health data we can to make this in-person health assessment. So you do things like a VO2 max test, the greatest barometer of long-term health. We do fasted blood glucose testing. We do a mental evaluation, a score, and a balance test, which you can all try out later, but I won't waste my last minute. So how do we go about this? Well, what this does is it gives us a coaching journey. This is the most important part. It's education. People need the education, and once you give them a score, you give them understanding, and we can help them on that path. So where are we now? We're doing this at a B2B and D2C level. We do it from a corporate well-being standpoint, and what we do is we go into organizations, and the first thing we do is 3 easy steps. First thing, we get to know their team, and we provide them with a score. We then implement strategies to help them become healthier as individuals, but also as communities. And lastly, we then help educate the leaders of the organization and update them on the progress that we make. So where are we heading? The corporate wellness market has a lot of relatability, but there's also the D2C market. A lot of people are interested in this right now. And we believe we can be the conduit between people who want to understand more about their health and how to access these services, and companies who want to advertise directly to them. So what we're looking for is advice, mentorship and guidance around AI and tech.
I'll let you in those last few words there. Okay, another brilliant pitch. Okay, punters, for the final time, let's hear your questions.
So it may be this sort of Friday confessional moment, but I suspect there's a lot of us in this room who, when the doctor asks, how much do you drink in a week, don't necessarily give the right answer. So how are you going to make sure that actually the data using to base this score is actually truthful and accurate?
Yeah, that's why we have the two steps, because you're right, people will lie, they'll underestimate, they won't understand what a unit is. I mean, I don't know if I still do, or I'll always undercount. So that's where we have the second step. So this is where we're not using it from a medical point of view, it's a lifestyle point of view. Because to an extent, some people will be honest, some people won't be honest. But there's a good enough data from that we can advise. Ultimately, most people know they shouldn't drink as much as they do. So whether they answer that or not, but understanding that that's where you might be falling down in a certain category and then directing the right services to them is what we find is important. Yeah.
So what are you trying to solve? Who's your target audience?
Anyone who wants to, anyone really is the ultimate thing. It's most people want to live better and they want to live for longer, right? I mean, but you necessarily extending lifespan isn't possible, or maybe in a few years. We're talking about increasing health span. How long are you healthy for in your lived years? And people who are conscious of that. If we talk about our B2B market, I think it's people who want to understand what they're investing into their well-being spend. We give a metric, a score, a credit score of the employee well-being. And we can provide that at an anonymized and aggregated basis, and then provide content and a learning journey for a community, not just an individual.
In India, we have many of these kind of models, and in the B2B space, the B doesn't want to pay for it, and then he tries to charge the C for it, his employee or whatever, and then the employee doesn't want to pay for it either, because you're all God-gifted fate at least India, you die when you die. The other thing is, the only model where succeeded in India was someone who was selling insurance to the restaurant, so that the main chef doesn't, if something happens to me, he gets paid for it. After 3 months, nothing went wrong. He never claimed insurance, so he stopped paying the insurance premium. So the problem is people don't value this. This is the problem, and I think the model is great. You can make it holistic. You can give nutrition. You can give exercise tips, the metabolic cycle, but somehow I just think your B2B customer doesn't value it, and the youthful C don't value it either. So who really pays is the question.
Yeah, we have different models where either can pay. I'm conscious of the time. I'd say there is a generational shift in Gen X and Gen Z, taking up that their rates of interest in health and wellness is changing. And ultimately, one of our aims is to be like the glass door of a company where you advertise, this is what you get for working with us. You can be, yeah.
Okay, and on that final bell, I'm going to sit down for this one. We've reached the end of our pitching. Give it up for these guys. It's not easy coming on stage doing that in 3 minutes. Doing 4 very well polished pitches there. But I've got to ask you guys individually, one by one, which is your favourite? Which one stood out for you? No pressure.
I guess I would like to talk to you more.
Thank you. Prickly one for Prickly Bear.
I'm going to go with Green Van.
Oh. One for Green Van, all right.
I think I like your model, but I think you can upsell and sell a lot more. Other things like summer camps and toys and other things, but forget all that. You're at a different level. But I like that model because you can really go on the life journey with this young kid.
So you see the potential. I like that. Okay, my final 2.
Same, Prickly Bear. I think it's about customer.
Prickly Bear.
Getting the customer hooked on at a very young age.
Yes.
I like the name also. I like the name.
Yeah. And just so many parents who want to get that screen time right? And last but not least.
I'll go with Anshu.
Oh, Anshu as well. Okay, it's not over yet, folks. I'm going to ask the crowd as well. Okay, so I want a show of hands. So we've got Prickly Bear, as I'm sure you all know. We have Fable, Green Van, and Hawk. So first up, Prickly Bear. Show of hands. Whose favourite's that? Okay, got to take a mental note of this. Fable. Green Van. Oh. Hawk. Okay, I need to see Prickly Bear again. And Green Van. Oh, what do we think? Looks kind of neck and neck to me, but based on the, if I throw the punters' comments in as well, I think Prickly Bear takes the win. Now, I know there's no prize, but you've taken the knowledge leaving today that you were a firm favourite, and well done to everyone else. I know it's not easy coming up here, so thank you. You are simply the best. We love a bit of cheese, man. We love a bit of cheese.
Thank you.
Oh, well done, guys.
Thank you for moderating. This is fantastic. Thank you.
I know that was hard, man.
Thank you. This is fantastic. I hope you get to your Mehndi really soon.
Oh, my love. Well done and good luck. Oh, how exciting. Now, like I said, I know there was no fund pot or prize, but, just, and Anshu leaving safe in the knowledge that everyone really liked the idea. The majority of the room, the majority of the punters really is a nice accolade, a mental accolade to take home. Okay. We are now coming to the final sessions of the day. I know we just had an exciting session, but if you could shh a little bit, that would be fab. Guys, take it over there. Okay. Now, I just wanted silence because, or near silence, because our next session really, really is a good one. You guys are about to embark on an inspiring journey. You're about to embark on an inspiring journey as we explore the incredible stories of dynamic business owners of Ladak, India, a mountainous region in the Himalayas. Now, they have defied boundaries and are making their mark on the global stage. You're about to discover their remarkable journeys of triumph over challenges, perseverance, and the pursuit of their entrepreneurial dreams. Now, these extraordinary individuals have harnessed their passion, resourcefulness, and unwavering determination to build successful businesses from the ground up. Now, I won't be moderating this session, but I'm going to hand over to my pal, who am I handing it over to? Vikram Chandra, who's back on stage, and he's going to do a great job. I don't doubt that for a second. So come on down, and I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Well, yesterday, Manoj, as he was speaking, was talking about these people really being 4 individuals whom we have to celebrate. What they've done, but their entire journey of entrepreneurship coming from Ladak, a place which has not always been known for entrepreneurship, whereas they were telling me when we were speaking a short while ago, a lot of people say, yeah, but let's do tourism, let's do government jobs, let's do that. And they've made their own path, they made their path in entrepreneurship, and in some really interesting businesses, would you believe it? Brewing and tea and herbs. So let me invite you up on stage. Do come and take a seat, and I'll introduce you once you're here. Come. Why don't you, the two of you, grab a seat there, and the two of you come here. Padma, you got your mic? Okay, good, great. So, with us, Padma Angmo and Rigzen Angmo, who are from Nima Guzguz. Great to have you with us. And we have Dichin Tusket, and we have Jigmet Angmo, who are the co-founders of Ladak Brew. So thank you all so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Before I come to your journey of entrepreneurship and how it worked and the role that Narupa played in all of this, I want to first get you to just talk about your businesses, right? And what you've actually built and why you thought of these particular areas. Should we start with Nima Guzguz first?
Yeah, sure.
Herbs and tea and all the other exciting products that you're coming up with. Pesto also there somewhere?
Right. Hello everyone, Jule from Ladak. My name is Rigzin and I'm one of the co-founder of Nima Guzguz. Nima Guzguz translates to sunflower in Ladakhi. And why we started this was Ladak has abundance of high nutrient crops and herbs. And sadly, we don't see it out in the market. So that is where we realized we need to do something about it. And that is how Nima Guzguz have started. We have varieties of teas, pestos, and preserves. And our whole idea is to share the natural goodness of Ladak with the world. and also contribute to the livelihood of farmers and foragers we work with.
Tell us a little bit more about the products. What exactly are you coming into the market with?
So we have like barley, buckwheat, natal, and then we have sea buckthorn, wild sia. Sia is the roses that grows widely in Ladakh. And apart from that, we have 2 varieties of pestos, apricot kernel pesto, sun-dried tomato pesto, and then apricot preserve. The pestos is actually the recipe of Ladakh, which has actually sort of forgotten. So that's the recipe we are bringing back to the shelf of everywhere.
So the recipe is not an Italian recipe, but it's a Ladakhi recipe. And the kind of products that we have are like...
Is that really the case? The Italians stole it from Ladakh?
They've
been going around saying pesto to everyone.
Yeah, maybe during the Silk Route, maybe they have.
Okay. Well, sea buckthorn also, I mean, you keep hearing about it coming from China, but you were telling me a short while back that the nutritional value of the sea buckthorn in Ladakh is even better, and it's considered a superfood.
Yeah, it is. Actually, Ladakh being at an altitude, whatever grows there, it actually has the nutritional value at a very high level. So 70% of sea buckthorn comes from Ladakh actually, like from the Indian perspective, like from the India.
And high in vitamin C,
Omega-3.
because during COVID it was like the hit product in Ladakh itself said that we were not able to market it best, and that is where we felt like, you know, we need to be the bridge, you know, where we have these resources, and at the end and the other end there are people who want to consume it. So that is where Nima Couscous comes as a bridge. Yeah.
All right, how that model is actually working, I'll come to in a couple of seconds, but let me turn to you, because it's not just brewing from Ladakh, but it's chang, and getting chang to the people. Is chang brewed also not from rice but from barley? So talk to us a little bit about it.
First of all, I'd like to thank IGF, Ritesh, Naropa for having us here. Thank you so much.
Manoj.
Yes, Manoj especially. So I'm Dechan Chusit. Hi everyone.
I'm Jigmit. Hi.
Yes,
Thank you.
We are Ladak Brew. So the idea started in 2020. It was during the lockdown. Every idea I think comes during the lockdown only. So it comes during the lockdown. I was stuck in Shimla. So my friend, she was from Sikkim, and she made this wonderful wine out of apricot. So I was like, okay, there are something already in the Ladakh, but nobody is doing anything about it. So I was like, okay, why not try about this? And then I met Jigmit.
Yes. For me, like how it started, like in market, you know, in Ladakh, chang is very famous, you know, it's very traditional. Every tourist in there like ask me, I'm from the main city, so like where do you get chang, where we can find chang and all, but there's no place where can we find chang in the market. So we thought, why not we have it in the market and sell it. That's how I thought like we should have like a proper brewery thing.
Yes, and also why we are doing this, that's because chang is the traditional beverage over there. So it has been consumed by people for centuries, but with the modernization, this tradition, this art has been forgetting away, like this has been fading away. So what we are trying to do is we're trying to bridge this gap between this traditional art and the modernization. Yes.
All right, now I have to say that I spent a fair number of days, misspent days in my youth trying to actually find chang in Delhi, and it's not easy to get. It's very, very tough to find chang in most places outside the Himalayas.
Yes.
But then when you're trying to sell that, when you're trying to market that, then there would be issues, right? Because how do you bottle it? How do you can it? How do you transport it? That must be those must be problems you're still working on.
Yes, these are the like problems we are facing. You know, the chang has a very short shelf life. So basically, we want to like right now we are working on the product development part, and soon we will launch it.
Yeah, unlike like other beers, we don't use hops in it. It's just the local barley, the local yeast, and the water. So the shelf life is a big challenge over there, but we're working on that.
For those uninitiated into chang, how exactly is that different from beer? They're similar, but not exactly the same.
Yeah, I'll say if you first I'll say taste. The beer is a little bit bitter when you taste it, but the chang is very mild taste.
Smooth.
Yeah, it's very smooth, and then also the ingredients, I'll say ingredients make the big difference among the beer. Everything that we use is locally grown. So yeah, and also it has health benefits also. Like I remember my mother, when I was used to stay in village, my mother always give me like this much of chang, like mixing with the barley flour in it, saying that drink it, it's good for the immunity, and also for the joint pains, for the digestion, it's very helpful. Even the traditional doctors over there, like they suggest to have chang.
How old were you when your mother was telling you to have chang?
I think I was very small.
I'm not sure you should be drinking chang even now, but you know, how old were you when all of this was happening?
I think at that time I was maybe like 10, 11. But there it's fine. Like we consume it like not in a very high quantity, but in a very small, mixing with the barley flour, which is actually good.
Can I get you to verify that?
Yeah, we do drink that.
You can have chang when you are 10 years old and it's okay, doesn't help.
Because it has health benefits. Like it is really good for the digestion and everything.
Digestion is the main
thing
point,
out there. So it has.
You've got endorsement. You've got endorsement from other parties. All right, let's turn to this. Great idea. And it's good that you guys have got ideas. Now, how do you take ideas forward? And I think that's one of the questions we'd also like to understand, because obviously India being the sort of the scale and the size and the number of talent and the number of people who are talented like you, and they all want to get their ideas out there. Having great ideas is one thing, having great products is one thing. How do you execute on them is the other question. How were you able to do it? And when did you think that, oh, it's a nice idea, but maybe we can do something with it?
Yeah. So as I said, it was at the Naropa Fellowship where we had this idea.
Tell us a little bit about the Naropa Fellowship, so people get the context.
Right. So we were the first batch of Naropa Fellowship. So Naropa Fellowship is first kind of a entrepreneurship development course that has happened in Ladakh. And it is a 12-month course where we are taught about pitching, marketing, pricing, everything related to entrepreneurship.
Leadership.
And we had, leadership. And we had faculty flying in from UPenn, all these Ivy League colleges, and coming to Ladakh and teach us. And we would have never ever thought like a remote region like Ladakh would have this kind of faculties. And we were blessed to have such faculties and this kind of program in Ladakh.
I think Naropa kind of laid the base for us where we can actually promote it. So it was the backbone of our the entrepreneurial spirit that we have. It's the Naropa from where we get the market.
And I'm proud to say that most of the entrepreneurs that are in Ladakh right now are students or have been an alumni of Naropa Fellowship. And it was at Fellowship, like going back to a question where we met and we had this idea and we started initially we started with pop-up stalls. We would go to all these festivals in Ladakh, selling cakes.
Buckwheat cake, barley tea,
barley tea,
very small scale.
Yeah, and people surprisingly loved it. Oh, buckwheat, it tastes so good and it's good for your stomach. It's gluten free, right? So there are many people with gluten allergy. And we were like, do something so that it goes on forever, non-perishable. So that is how we narrowed down our products to teas, which can be shipped easily around the world, which can be shared with the world. So that is how we started. And execution comes with so many thought into it. So we had 3 co-founders. The other one is also Padma. She's in Ladakh right now and handling the business for us. Yeah. So so all of us have distributed our work. We did many researches. We went to all this research.
Did you guys draw lots or something? How did you make us stay on Ladak to keep working while you guys are here? Draw of lots, right? Twisting of arms. Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, but timing matters because we started when Ladakh became union territory, and that was the time when we had all the government schemes coming to Ladakh, opportunities and the highlight. Yeah.
And then we have through Naropa we got to know about Ritesh Agarwal. Ritesh Agarwal got to know about us actually, and the IGF. So it paved the way for everything.
Okay, that's great. Now, you had a similar sort of a journey?
Yes, I was also in Naropa Fellowship. So the whole idea starts from there. And I'll say for us, getting an investor or a funders, anyone, if you want to look, it's very difficult because honestly we come from very remote area. Like for us, this startups, this entrepreneurship is a very new concept. But then everything has been made easy through Naropa, through people like Ritesh. Like it has been wonderful like that.
Yeah.
So that mentorship and that guidance really
Yes.
helps. But in a place like Ladak, as we were discussing earlier, you're saying that entrepreneurship is not really something which is that well established. People are either saying let's get into tourism or let's get government jobs. So was that tough to do, to convince people that you should become
I mean, like
entrepreneurs?
Ladakh was all about tourism and like having like a government job. But today, like we are, like very proudly we can say that like we are able to know about startups. We are learning from like very like big entrepreneurs to how to invest, how to like grow. So yes, we are like gradually, like not very like fast, but we are gradually learning to like get into the market.
Yeah, even we, all of us, I'll say, we are also struggling with our parents. They'll be like, what are you doing? What kind of like business are you into? Why don't you go into some good, decent government job? Why don't you get some?
So government
like
job is still the thing, right?
Yes.
Government
Yeah.
job, go get a government job.
Even if it's the lowest level of government job, please go. You know, my parents would be like, just go for it.
So you've got it, you are a graduate, but do grade 3, grade 4 government jobs. That's still.
Yeah, like it's like they would prefer anything, you know, like.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm still struggling, but I think we have reached the level where they are actually
Trying
believing
to
in the
understand.
idea that we are
Now
supporting.
I feel
So
like
we
now we are
supporting.
in London, so my mom will be like, okay now.
We are doing something.
We have a
They're going to take lots of pictures of this, so you can send
Yes,
it back and say, which government job would have got us there to the IG.
Yes, I'm on it. I'm keep sending I'm sending her photos every time. Yes, so she's okay with it.
Okay. Does the gender also play a role in this? I mean, is there a difference in Ladakh when it comes to this? A male saying I want to be an entrepreneur, or do they also face pressure?
No,
to go
I
into
think
tourism?
we in Ladakh, this is the best thing. We don't have like gender bias. We are like women's are like equally like in the fields, like we are doing equally and like equally, but more than that, more than men. So we are very proud in that we have no gender biases there. And yes, women are like doing far more better. We can sell more better than the guys.
Yes,
absolutely. We can do much.
But you know, like Jigme said, Ladakh is the place where there is gender equality. And it's the people from outside coming to Ladakh and giving this this kind of views where like, you know, you are
You are
3 women
girls.
in this team, you need a man in
your team. Yes.
How are you going to handle logistics? How are you going to drive? You know, all these things, all these petty
And then
issues.
for the driving part, since we deal with farmers and the farmers live very far from where our main unit is, so we have to drive. So that was the question when we were like pitching for our ideas, like how will you drive? And at that time we didn't know how to drive. And within a year, like within few months, we started learning, started driving, and then we went to all these far-flung villages of
and now we
Ladakh,
don't
driving
have a
our
man
own
in our
self.
team and
Yes.
still handle.
And by the way, that's an interesting part of the business. It's not just what you're doing,
Yeah.
but you're also getting a lot of farmers involved and foragers also.
Yes.
So how does that work?
We have right now. The main agenda of Nima Gusgus was to actually promote the agriculture sector, you know, because of tourism, many of the lands are like abandoned and all. So that was the idea that let's promote agriculture part. So then we started working with farmers. We started promoting the barley, because barley is one of the very crucial crop of Ladakh. So we work with first we started with 5 to 6 farmers that they were not believing our ideas first, but then later on we are right now working with around 20 farmers, out of which 5 are foragers who forage the nettle and other herbs from like up 4,500 above sea level sort of thing.
So you can't grow some of that stuff, right?
No,
They have to go and
cannot.
find it actually.
You have to go you have to find the right spot where the herbs, the medicinal herbs grows. So you have to go there, and only the foragers know where to get it.
Right, but I have potential clients for your barley sitting right out here. I'm sure you've spoken about it.
And I feel like, farmers are the most important person in the whole world, and my grandfather says that farming, if once people start moving and migrating to the urban cities, it's end of it. Even in Ladakh, though people are still in Leh, but then they are still migrating to Leh, the main city, and the farming culture is also decreasing. So I feel the youth should step up into the fields and start growing whatever. We have lots of glaciers, water coming up. So why not utilize all those resources when we have otherwise it's global warming, guys. So we should be really aware of that thing.
So when it comes to the branding and the marketing, and including Ladakh, the fact that Ladakh should be seen as a center for entrepreneurship or innovation. We were just talking about 3 Idiots after that, and everything that happened, and the most talented scientists coming from Ladakh. Did it help in that rebranding?
3 Idiots, it boosted our tourism culture there.
But not the innovation part.
Innovation, but yes, we are able to sell our products to those who are coming tourists. We are able to sell our genuine, authentic Ladakhi products. Otherwise, in Ladakh, you get to see all the Kashmiri shawls and all. But we have also genuine Pashmina shawls, coming from the remotest and the backward areas of Ladakh. We have genuine 100%. We also got the GI tags for Pashmina shawls and Halman apricots. Those so these are the best thing that happened this year by the UT administration after becoming UT. This has happened.
The fact that Ladakh is now a union territory, has that helped? So you're not now dealing directly with the center. Everything is not going via Srinagar.
Yes. This is the best thing that happened. Yes, the funds are directly coming to Ladakh. Not coming earlier. It has to happen the Kashmir government used to get it, the funds, and then they have to
whatever left.
Yes.
UT has put the Ladakh on the map of India.
Yeah,
actually.
and it's also because there are so many schemes that we can avail, and whenever we have this, last time we were at Asia Pacific Summit, and there were people from Nepal and all these countries. They were like, "What do you have a startup friendly country? How is it India?" We said everything is taken care by the government. We just have to be there with the products, and I'm really proud of this fact that we are Indians. Living in such a ecosystem is really good for us. And so many schemes, especially for women, and that's the good part about being a woman entrepreneur. We have so many schemes helping women entrepreneurs, raising up to that level, and yeah.
Well, that's really good to hear, and it's good to hear that support is coming in directly. Okay, 1 minute 40 to go. So I just want to ask you, what are your next steps? What do you plan to do? What's the next 5 years?
We are genuinely focusing on product development. Yes, beer is there, but Chang is very different. No preservatives, nothing. It's very healthy. So yes, and then apart from that, Ladakh has apricots. It's very famous there. So we are trying to have apricot wine, and soon I think we'll serve you that.
Yes. Apricot brandy, try it. Apricot brandy
yes,
is supposed
apricot
to be.
brandy.
Apricot
Yes,
brandy
yes,
is also
yes,
supposed to be
yes.
good. By the way, cider, you should have it while you're here before you go back. Ciders are entirely dissimilar to Chang. Your next steps?
More product development, more into teas,
And we are looking for investment.
Okay, you're in the right place.
We are
ready
to
to
see our
pitch.
products in European countries.
Yes.
Because this is where our target customers are, who want to have that good nutritional
high nutritional products.
Himalayan products to be exact.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Okay, 30 seconds to go. One quick question from anybody? Or funds, as the case might be.
Can we get a lot of supply of Chang next time they come here?
Absolutely. Absolutely, we will. We
All
will
right.
love to do that.
Only for health reasons. We're all going to have copious quantities of Chang next time we are here.
Yes.
And only for health reasons, no other reason. And then some Ladakhi tea to wrap it up with.
And we would love to host you there in Ladakh. You guys are invited.
Everyone is invited.
All right. We are out of time, but thank you so much, and thank you so much for making India proud.
Thank you so much. It's London was a dream, but I feel we all have a karmic relationship. I think we guys have met in the past, past lives. That's why we are here, meeting Manoj. I think he's my past, some relation I had.
Good karmic deeds that we have done. That's why we met Manoj.
There you have it.
Thank you
there
so
you have it,
much.
Manoj. You're getting good karma too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
A special round of applause to them.
Yes.
Yes, Manu should be here. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, keep that applause
Thank you so
coming,
much,
guys.
Amma.
They deserve it. Thanks, Vikram. And thank you, ladies. Such an incredibly talented and inspiring bunch of individuals, and a brilliant example of that. With big enough dreams, with enough resilience and determinations, you can make your mark no matter where you're from, and anything is possible. So some brilliant stories to come from that last session. And I too know what it's like to have your parents poo-poo your dreams and not support the thing you want to do and make you want to go into law or business. But luckily, they're on side now. Now, just want to let you know we have 2 more sessions left. A brilliant session with Mary Com, and of course our closing remarks with Professor Manoj Ladwa. You do not want to miss that. I'm teeing you up. We want bums in seats still. So we're on to another inspiring journey, guys. Now, Mary Com is a name that resonates with, I'd say, strength, resilience, and unparalleled determination. And as one of the most celebrated athletes in the world, Mary Com has carved her path of success, becoming a true global figure. We're about to delve into the extraordinary life of Mary Com, in case you didn't know, celebrating her triumphs, exploring the lessons that she's learned along the way, and gaining invaluable insights into what it truly means to be a successful global figure. So get ready to be inspired, guys. Got lots of inspiration on the stage in this final hours. So I'm going to introduce our moderator to the stage. We have Arti Subramaniam, consulting media and content editor for India Global Forum. Right, I'm going to hand the mic over to you.
Thanks. I know Mary Com doesn't require much of an introduction, but we have a lot of friends here who probably need a bit of a recap. She has 6 world titles, 3 of which she got after becoming a mother. She is an Asian, Commonwealth, and let's not forget, an Olympic medalist. Now, I know a lot of you have awards here, but none of you can claim to be an Olympic medalist, and she's going to beat you up if you do, so be careful. She's really a trailblazer. She's an inspiration not just for women. I think she's an inspiration for men and women in India and across the world. She really knows how to pack a punch, and we are honored and delighted that we have Mary Com with us today, and she is also IGF's Global Icon of the Year. So Mary, please come on up if I can request you. Thank you so much, Mary.
I love singing, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so Mary, we are here with so many businessmen, entrepreneurs, business women, and a lot of them have faced setbacks in life. A lot of them have faced a knock in life. Do you remember the first time you gave that good knock to somebody and you said, "This is what I should be doing"?
Oh my God! Oh my God! This question is really tough. Actually, before I answer this question, I would like to thank each and everyone to be making me as a speaker, actually inviting me. Thank you. Actually, I'm not very good in speaking, but what I did in my life, I'm only good inside the ring, actually, I'm telling you, honestly. But especially I would like to thank Manoj sir and the guy is not here. So giving me this platform to share about my journey and inspire so many people, that is, great opportunities, I should say, to whatever I can spread my story, the journey of mine, to inspire many people a lot in the world, actually. So, well, the questions come again. I just like to answer it. Knockout punch in, what I have in my journey. Amateur and professional is totally different, because amateurs is only we are trying to getting a point, like even in the body and the face. There is so many rules. Actually, we cannot punch behind this and back in this, and there is a playing kit which we wear inside the ring. There is a white bell, below bell we can't punch below bell. Only this part body we can get the points, and the face main to face only. So seriously, I'm not getting the hard punch initially when I compete any international competition, even though during my preparation also. But once, not very serious actually, I didn't get any knockout punch, but hard punch we receive actually. Sometimes even once I give hard punch to opponent, we feel so actually, oh, another. Once we already catch and another punch. So that is amazing, which I have the experience, So that only that inside, if we don't have the fighting spirit, then I don't think we could able to win in any competition, any tournament. And if we are scared to receive any punches also, I don't think we will able to be a champion. So it's getting and giving is that is very important. How to bear, how to give. So
that's great life advice also, right? That's not
yeah.
true only in the boxing ring, but even in life, unless you are willing to take and receive and give a few punches.
Actually, that gives you more what to say, confidence. When we receive, okay, next time how to we alert, how to defense, and when we are giving a punch, hard punch, and again another, double, triple, so that is, I don't know, very interesting. I know you people will like it now, like.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Sir, sometimes we have to receive, we have to experience also, explore more.
Well, Mary, you're very passionate about boxing, obviously.
Yeah.
But if you were not a boxer, what was it going to be? Where would life have taken you?
Maybe I must. I think a singer.
A singer.
Artist. Yeah, I love listening music a lot. Music is one of my best friend. When I'm away from my family, my parents and my family, I keep on listening music, and during my preparation and during off and on, like I like that much crazy music. So I keep saying I have a music system, not huge actually, a little bit. I collect some music system. I keep on singing karaoke, la 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 la, yay. That's the song I think which maybe everybody knows, that the four non-blondes. WhatsApp. Also, I have so many collection actually, song collection,
I was talking to your husband earlier, and he told me Mary sings really well.
Oh,
and actually, Mary's husband, let's just give him a round of applause. He's somewhere here. I think he also deserves a huge round of applause. Huge round of applause for him as well. He's been a pillar of support for her. So he was telling me that Mary sings very well, and I need to see some proof now. So, Mary, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but you're going to have to sing us a song.
Just an illusion, or what you want me to sing? Just an illusion.
Mary, she's got a song list ready. She's just
yes. Oh, that's all on modern talking. I have one good song that is.
Any song of your choice.
Deep in my heart. Yes. Can you please play? Deep in.
Just a couple of sentences.
Yeah.
Are you getting
This
into tempo?
8 or
Everyone's at the edge of their seats wondering which song it is going to be, because I can see Mary, I can look at her phone and she's frantically looking for some songs. So everyone's waiting which chartbuster this one's going to be.
Good thing. I'm just going to sing a karaoke.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, let's just give it up for Mary Cobb. Singing for us today.
Music is not coming there, but I'm listening here in my earpiece. In my heart there's a fire, a burning heart. Deep in my heart there's desire for a star. I'm dying in emotion, it's my world in fantasy. I'm living in my dream. You're my heart, you're my soul. I'll keep it shining everywhere I go. You're my heart, you're my soul. I'll be holding you forever, stay with you together. You're my heart, you're my soul. Yeah, I'm feeling that your love will grow. You're my heart, you're my soul. That's the only thing I really know. That's all. Thank you. I think with the music must be, good. That's all. I'm actually not very good, but love singing as well. I love from my childhood. This sports and singing, it's my passion. Actually, yeah.
A lot of you who were coming here who knew that Mary Cobb was there, you thought she was going to be on stage and do some shadow boxing. I bet you never thought she'd be singing, and we managed to make that possible here at India Global Forum. That was fantastic, Mary. Honestly, that was really great. Now, you wear so many hats. You're a boxer, you're a mother, you used to be a member of parliament. Which one has been the most challenging and the most fulfilling?
I think that was be a mother. Actually, I have 4 children, so it's quite tough. Actually, boxing is easy. boxing is nothing. I really enjoy, but most challenges in my life is looking around, running around with kids, at home. It's crazy. Since morning and evening until unless they are not sleeping, then we are also awake. We don't have time to sleep, we don't have time to rest. So that is the most tough, I think, in my life. Because boxing to morning, evening, go and train, again come back and have a good, shower, breakfast and sleep. And when there's lunchtime, we go and eat again go evening practice and shower, again have dinner. That's just easy. And receiving is not when we are in the training part, receiving hard, that is, I think I really enjoy. Where even in my life, what I enjoy the most in my training, even in the competition. So focus, mindset, everything, I doesn't think this and that actually. My mind is always in focus, concentrate. So since the last 20 years, guys, I'm being a girl and being a mother. After all, I have 4 children, and becoming a champion is not easy. But if our mind is focused only in our work and in our profession, then nobody can stop us. I think so.
And it's also important, you said you don't have time, but you still, with no time, managed to run a foundation where you help other young women who may be the next Mary Kom. Do you want to tell us about your foundation and the work that you do?
Definitely. Well, I was thinking, yes, long time back, even though I have so many years to fight and competing and winning medals for the country, for my country, India. And what I was thinking, one day definitely, we are going to be retired. Then what do I do? What do I do? I will not sit like this at home, and I will not, stay like this at home. What I was thinking, what comes in my mind is, of course, I will do something for the country. I just want to give back to my country. That is. It comes in my mind, and initially was, of course, I don't have any sponsor, any support from the corporate, from the other, and even though government's reward which I have received is very less, and somehow what I think is, at least I'll do something just now. It's the right time. So that if I run this foundation, and it going to be very late. It's come in my mind, and I start running. I give underprivileged children comes to me, and of course they request, even though the parents comes to me and say that my children, my sons, my daughters wants to be like you, they want to train in your this under you, this and that, okay, fine, but I don't have anything. What I have, it's my extra equipment, extra pair, extra glove, which I have only 2-3 pair. I give it to them. I already give them to train. Okay, this I have. We can start a little bit basic and all. So, but proper infra I don't have. We started in the field, like here, ground. I have small space next to my residence, and then I started. I give training slowly. Yeah, we got a sponsor. So slowly, people knows about what I did, and whatever I receive from money. I receive money from the center government, from my private. I give to the underprivileged children. I have do on my own whatever the requirement, the need. At the same time, not a big one. I cannot able to construct a stadium, hostel, but the small thing, the kid, boxing glove, boxing dress, boxing shoes. So that is started now. I have a proper boxing ring and proper this hostel, gym, and now even though I have so many world champions from my academy, for
fantastic.
There's for your blessing only. Now we have elite 2 world champion from my academy. We have, and of course now 2 of our boxer is going to be compete in elite. Youth competition. So one is already entered semi-final. I just got the information, and so we wish and pray to come back with the medal. Yes, if he can come back with the gold medal, I will be so proud. At least what I am doing is that will be means a lot.
So well, all our best wishes are with you, Mary. I think it's fantastic because you're making sure you've gone through so much of struggle. Starting off, boxing was not really a sport that women in India considered. Forget, sport itself was not a career,
exactly.
right? Boxing is secondary.
Oh my God.
But I just think firstly it's fantastic that you're making sure that the current generation don't face the kind of difficulties that you had to face.
Yeah.
And we are seeing a lot of women boxers now coming in from India, which, and I think you have a huge role to play in that because you were an inspiration for them.
Yes. Well, I think you all know, if you already seen the biopic movie, if you already read the book Unbreakable, maybe book and the biopic must be, biopic is a bit different story, like, adding some masala, some spicy, maybe too much spicy, medium spicy, something like that. But the true story based on me, actually, yes, a little bit up and down, like, even though insurgency in my state that happening, that's shown a little bit. Now we all know that still the violence, insurgency all the time happen in my state. So from that only become a, being a boxer and to achieve in that level is not easy. Even I also bear so many incidents while I'm living in Manipur. Even that time my 2 sons, I give a birth, first is a twins actually. So that time 3 months blockade going continuous, no open market or close, and actually we can't find the lactose for them, for my children. Oh my God, that also another story. I have faced so many challenges in my life. If I remember, I don't know, it's emotional, but it's okay. By the way, now still the bad thing we again happen, the insurgency, violence. Now even the violence also now terrible, people dying, innocent people are dying, killing. So it's a very bad situation at the same time. Yeah, even I'm very sad to say from Manipur. Well, for your love's sake, and I can able to be here. Maybe many people might be think that in a wrong way. Oh, Maricom is enjoying going here and there. So, but I don't care. I know your love and how much important to me, and of course, and love to share about my story. Even sometimes I'm also worried, scared. My parents are living there. What will be happening? No, every minute I keep on calling and asking about the situation, but they're safe, and I'm happy. I wish and pray that everything will be normal in a few I don't know what to say, few months, few days, few years. It's difficult to say. It's not in my hand as well. What is going, actually, the politician people are doing what happened. I mean, what I'm so worried and so hurt, so pain, because the innocent only. Why? The rich people, even the politician, they can shift anywhere. But those who are living, I mean, like remote place, the innocent, the poor people, where to go? And after a year, what to do? We don't know how they will live, how they will grow up again. So that is the issue now. But I am so glad that today, just a little bit, I'm sharing about the situation. So, okay, we are strong. We have to bear what happened, what is going. Sometimes, being human, we also think a little bit sentiments, that's happened. So we have to be strong as well as if we think again, overthinking is also not good. Sometimes I'm also, yes, I think over only, and I cannot able to control also. Stress, too much stress, I cannot handle, but now too I can handle easily. Before too, even though press, media and the public, it's so difficult to handle, the pressure. When I'm world champion 1 time, 2 time, another pressure. So, again, if I couldn't able to win this time world championship, what they will think about on me? That's also difficult, 6-time world champion to become a world champion. This is not easy. Pressure a lot of pressure. So how to handle, how to, deal, that also very difficult. But now I can deal easily, no worry. So experience. I explore and I already have a lot of experience. So at the same time, we are all the same, how to deal, how to, the situation, how to bear. We have to learn at the same time. Yeah.
That's great insight, and I know it must have been difficult for you to speak about this.
Yeah.
I appreciate and thank you for sharing that. I know it's an emotional subject for you, and it's not easy to speak about. So thank you, Mary. And in fact, I was going to ask you about how you deal with the mental pressure, but I think you've demonstrated. No, but you've demonstrated that you deal with it fantastically. But I do want to wrap up on a positive note to say, shall we be seeing you at the Asian Games?
Well, I am under rehabilitation. I just did my surgery, ACL surgery last few months ago. Now I'm very much strong. Now almost normal actually, 80%. Now 100% almost. I think next month maybe I will be 100%, fit. So back to the again, and I will see. I cannot say easily also. Again, I will able to compete or not, because if I am fit enough, then definitely I will love to compete Asian Games. But unfortunate, what happened? If I am not fit enough, I cannot say that.
That all our best wishes
my ACL surgery, grade 3 actually. Grade 3 is so painful and come back. This position is not easy. Oh my God! In my life, I have been fighting 20 years in my life in boxing. No injury at all. Last time I didn't get any injury, not hurt actually, even though some scratch because of the glove, punching in the shoulder, arms. That scratch is that is normal only. Everybody is had actually during the fight, and bruise on in the face also. It's normal. So just put apply some ice and gone in the next day. Today you got so much bruise in your face, okay, next day gone. And this injury, I never had that also in my life. Can you, 20 years? And 20 years and then whole year competing 4 tournament, measure. And I perform achieving medal. It's very difficult. Every competition is also challenging, and for me though another challenging, like pressure, how to deal, how to handle. It's so difficult, but by God's grace, will. Actually, my willpower is very strong, mentally very strong. I don't care people saying this and that. Let them say. Well, I achieve. Okay, people say, oh, Mary Kom, magnificent Mary Kom, again come back with the medal. If I don't come back with the medal, oh, Mary Kom gone, finish. This mindset, people's mindset is, whatever I achieve, they don't remember. They forgot in a minute. That is sometimes so painful, so difficult to digest. as well. Social media nowadays, we all know that social media, what comments is coming, what comments they give, you know. Even initially I used to read the comment also, but sometimes, you know, oh, no need to read. Only this I look. Thumbs up, good. Thumbs up. Yeah, thumbs up, yes. So once I already seen the comments so bad, you know. So that from that only I'm not never seen the comment. So this is happened. So life is, you know, it's so difficult that when we achieve something in life, appreciate, okay, so happy, people, everyone is happy. Even I also feel, you know, very happy. Oh, I got so much, you know, support, and, you know, I got so much fame. And at the same time, only one competition, one tournament, if we could not able to perform, and everything gone, like life is again terrible. It's like that only. But at the same time, how we have to strong, I'm telling you. Don't think, forget about, and don't see them social media also. don't look at also. It's unnecessary, mentally, you know, unnecessary. So now, once I look, okay, let it be. Okay, I don't want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just listening music and, you know, enjoy myself, happy myself.
Well, Mary,
That's
it's a big thumbs up from all of us to you.
Thank you.
And whether you win, whether you lose, we all absolutely love you. We're so proud of you, and we hope you recover soon enough.
Yeah.
All our best wishes to you.
I request each and everyone that, you know, as soon as my niece is recovery, then of course I will love to compete Asian Games, and if not, please, before I will I'll say sorry to all. Absolutely. But I am really that hunger. What I mean to say is, after 40 years, competing 20 years, and still not that hunger I have. I'm telling you, and even though I want to go beyond, like another Olympic also, another Olympic also, because of I could now, unfortunate, I could not able to go because there is an age limit. Very unfortunate, there is age limit, 40 above could not fight. There is a IBA rule. So I am very sorry, but at least this year, if I could not compete any competition tournament, I could not able to compete in the next year. But at least what I was thinking is, after this injury, and I really want to come back once and representing for the country. That is my prayer and wish.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your love and support. Thank you, sir.
I think we've all been absolutely touched by your story and your journey, and the challenges that you've narrated just now. And on behalf of Preeti, Gautam, Sanjay, myself, and our IGF Founder Circle, we'd like to contribute a small amount of 25 lakhs to your foundation.
So thank you. Thank you so much.
And so you continue the good work.
Sure, definitely I will.
We'd like to see you get back in and make that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You will not come now. Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much, sir. Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
I've had a double ACL.
Double ACL. Oh my God. I know, I can imagine that is so bad.
But it's fine. I can do anything.
Yeah, you have to be strong. And what I will, even I just want to add, when I did my surgery, before surgery, yes, pain is there. I cannot work actually normal also, of course, limping like this only wherever I work, you know. But pain is not that much. After I did my surgery, terrible, it's, you know, unbearable. And why I did? It's better to die. Why should I live like this, to bear and, you know, stay like this? What I'm thinking is actually, I really think, I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to, you know, alive anymore. But slowly, what I was thinking was, again, you know, I have my parents, and I have a small kids, small children. So who will look after? Who will look after? Yes, husband is there, but the connection. Husband is there, but the attach is more with the mom, actually. What I was thinking is attached with, you know, mother, that is so attached. So because of them, I have, you know, strong, and I have to, you know, think positive. And at the same time, I did my this rehab immediately, day by day, you know, month by month. I'm feeling better and strong. Now I can run 1 hours. So daily, usually I did my fit. I'm very much concerned in fitness as well. You know, after I have 4 children and this much fit, this is also not enough, I think. Actually, every day I did 10K, and that is on the morning. Even though 2 sessions, morning, evening, every time I did my training. So please, you guys also. Sorry to say that. Fit is very important. If you not fit at all, I think your profession, your work could not be able to go for long. You will have, I mean, you will feel tired. You know, you will not have energy. Then work will be again. Yes. So fit is very important. Fit everyone is, you know, it's good for us.
Thank
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Once again. Thank you, sir.
You get ready for the party tonight?
Yeah, already.
I've got a spar with you.
Sure. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
Oh, yeah? Boom! Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. So one thing I'm telling you, my secret puns, they're very effective puns is, I don't know, people are, you know, able to catch or not catch, but.
Okay. Effective one, I'm ready for it.
Very effective.
Okay.
See, whatever the punches is coming in my face, you know, that is my. Flexibility is very important. Okay. At the same time, I'm very, very much flexible. So every punches I can, you know, defense only in my body, not the leg also.
Okay.
Mostly leg is very much important. Foot is very much important.
And the rolling?
Yes. I am so sorry, sir.
You're brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Love. Thank you so much.
Give it up one more time for Mary Com. A true icon of our time, and, you know, bringing her fighting spirit to her career, her life, and to this stage. So thank you for our penultimate session. Now, as we edge closer to the end of the 2023 Founders and Funders Retreat, I say bring on stage, one of them's already here. They're very fun. Come on, you may as well come up. You know who they are. We've got Lord Karen Bellamoria and Professor Manoj Ladwa. All right, I'm going to stand to the side so we can check out these pictures. Bit of a blast from the past for you, huh? Oh, I love it. How does it feel looking back at those photos?
Wow.
Now, of course, many of you know Lord Bellamoria as the founder and chairman of global beer brand Cobra Beer, but that is, of course, by no means his only venture. And, of course, you all know Manoj Ladwa as the founder and chairman of the India Global Forum. And They're not there anymore, but there they were at the beginning of their careers. You know, it's really nice to sometimes take a walk down memory lane, isn't it? So you've both done it your way. Pun on that note, that song there. You've had a dream of being your own men, you know, of really creating something. And this week we've hosted a lot of founders on different stages of their journeys, and I've also heard from seasoned investors. So looking back at your journeys, what's been your biggest lesson? I'm going to go to you
You're
first.
asking me first?
Yeah.
Okay,
You're
so
closest.
I'm going to let out a secret now. I learned how to box at the age of 8.
Yeah.
Because my father was in the Gurkhas, and the Gurkhas love boxing. And my first exhibition match was at the age of 8.
Yeah.
And it was frightening. It was terrifying. And to this day, I spar in the gym if I can.
Oh, wow.
And it's brilliant. And I've got a photograph of me with Muhammad Ali. And he said, come on, punch my nose. And the photographer captured me punching Muhammad Ali's nose.
Oh, that's a
So
accolade.
he would say I float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Yeah. Whereas Mary Kong, she floats like a butterfly and sings like a bee as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
See you later, Mary.
So
yeah, you know, you've achieved incredible things. You know, kind of this overarching view of your career and your journey. What has been one of your biggest lessons? I'm sure there's been more than one.
Look, one of my favorite sayings is good judgment comes from experience, and experience comes from bad judgment.
Yeah.
So there's no shortcut to making the mistakes, and I've made many, many mistakes. But looking back on it, I think my life has actually been what you have created is all about. It's the India Global Forum, but from my point of view, it's been the UK-India Global Forum, because my life has been an Indo-British partnership.
Yes.
My grandfather, both my grandparents were educated here, my mother was educated, my uncle was educated here. I knew I'd come to study here. I didn't know that I would come to study here and then stay and start my own business. And then my life's work would be putting the UK and India together.
Yeah.
And timing is everything.
Absolutely.
I started my business when the year before India officially liberalized. So I knew India would one day liberalize. And here we are today, 3 decades later, and that liberalization is really, really taken off.
Yeah.
So I've been lucky to be part of that journey.
Yeah, I was going to say it must have been really nice just to watch the trajectory, be on that timeline and be here and to talk
And be
about
part of it.
Yeah, of course. Manoj, I've got to throw the same question to you. Looking back at your journeys, what's been your biggest lesson?
Just going back to the boxing analogy, my boxing practice happens in the kitchen with Dina, so there's a bit of sparring on a regular basis there. But look, for me, the biggest lesson, two things. One is follow your passion, and secondly is persistency. You've just got to keep at it. If you're passionate about something, carry on. Of course, don't be stupid about it. Take a step back once in a while, but persist. And if you have belief in something, and at every few points, have some validation, have some good friends that you can talk to, good mentors that you have, and that for me has been the one that has really got me through, because it's crazy to set up something like this. And when I people ask me, this is my entrepreneurial journey actually started as a lawyer. I started my first law firm when I was 27, and so that entrepreneurial bug happened there. When I pivoted across and sort of said, well, I want to set up a platform for India and global and so on, that was actually nothing to do with entrepreneur. I had no clue about how I'm going to make money out of it. I still don't have a clue, sorry Sanjay, about this. But that was about me being, can I use the phrase, pissed off. I was really, really pissed off about how India was being portrayed to the world, and the glass was always half empty. So I wanted to set up something where like-minded people could get together and say, there are issues, there are cracks, but overall, on balance, the glass is actually half full, or a bit more than half full, and it was an emotional reaction that led to where we are now.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that deserves a round of applause. You have done such an incredible work on this, and based on what I've been told, you continuously, year after year, continue to impress and bring people together, and that's really what it's all about. It's the closing remarks, so I'm going to leave it to you to, I don't know, sum up your week, sum up today. I want to hear what have been your best stories, maybe any businesses you wish you'd funded or got invested in.
Can you start?
Here you go.
Just, closing remarks, end the day.
Look, as I said yesterday at the awards, for me, when I look back at my own journey, having been born and brought up in inner city Birmingham, lived in a council house. My mum still lives in the council house that we've now bought as a family, but still lives there, and with very little financial means. And then sort of to be now in a position where I can, to some extent, give back. That for me is really enriching for me personally, and that's what makes things really worthwhile. But for me, the most special moment was to see the 4 entrepreneurs from Ladak, the 4 ladies on stage here, speaking with such confidence, and IGF having had the opportunity to host them.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it all worthwhile. The rest of it, having had the leader of the opposition speak at our opening on the Monday, having the Prime Minister host us and saying so many good words about IGF, that really is great.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and it gives us that energy, but actually what makes it really worthwhile are these types of stories, and and having Mary Com. And frankly, I've been chasing her for 3 years to come onto an IGF platform.
You finally got her in.
And we finally got her.
Yeah.
The story you had, that's what makes it worthwhile.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you're going to make me cry. Okay, over to you.
Well, I've been really privileged to have known Manoj for over 2 decades. And here's something most people don't know. We were on a Foreign Office India board that was created at that time, and we'd meet once a month in a room in the Foreign Office when people barely talking about India. And he gave me, I got this call just over 20 years ago. He said, "Karan, do you have a British passport?" So why are you asking me that? Don't ask questions, just tell me, do you have a British passport or not? I said, yes, I do. The next thing, I'm nominated as the UK chairman of the Indo-British Partnership, which was set up by John Major and Narasimha Rao 2 years after liberalization, 1993. 10 years later, they said, this needs an injection of entrepreneurial spirit. So they appointed someone like me, the first person of Indian origin, and he was responsible for it. And then who was my counterpart? The Indian co-chair? The Prime Minister's father-in-law, Narayan Murthy. So I've known Narayan Murthy 20 years ago, and the first thing he said when I met him, when I was officially appointed in the Locarno room, you were there, in the Foreign Office, Indian delegation was there, and he shook hands with me and he said, I've never met a bad Parsi. And the other day, at number 10, Narayan Murthy's wife, Sudha, the Prime Minister's mother-in-law, she said, I've never met a Parsi who cheats. So anyway, it's great to hear that, but that is where we started this journey. And it was a tough battle, getting people to be interested in India, getting people to recognize that India is going to take off. It hadn't yet taken off then. This initiative is a demonstration of India's absolute trajectory. There is no question about it. If you followed this whole week, you cannot but realize that India will be not only one of the top 3 economies in the world within 25 years, but quite possibly by 2060, India could be the number 1 largest economy in the world. And I know from the interest in the UK side, this has become such an important event. Not only do you have the leader of the opposition, not only do you have the Prime Minister, but you have the cabinet minister in every department that's involved who wants to be involved in this and wants to be there. The Education Forum, Gillian Keegan was there, and you should have heard the things that she said, the Education Secretary for Great Britain. She said, there is no question about it. I'm almost quoting her word for word. There is no question. We have to put the UK and India together in every educational way that we can. That's the mindset that is there now, and you've helped to inject that. So we are all very grateful for what you're doing. Yes. Thank you for what you're doing. You just reinforce that the UK and India have got to do more. But here's the but. We need to up our game here in the UK. You are showcasing the opportunity, but I led in April the first parliamentary delegation to India after 6 years. Now come on, you can make an excuse for COVID, but that's no excuse. Manoj and I were the only two people from the UK when Boris Johnson went to India last April, and we attended one event. There was no delegation apart from the officials. The last big prime ministerial delegation to India was in 2016 November when Theresa May. And I've said to Rishi, you've said to Rishi, take a big prime ministerial delegation as the first UK prime minister of Indian origin. You see the reception you're going to get in India. Take a jumbo jet full of business leaders, ministers, university leaders, and the press, and let's go out there and make an impact and show that Britain really means business and wants that UK-India partnership.
And Karan, excuse the pun, something's brewing. So watch this space.
Oh, thank you guys. Honestly, the work that you've both done is nothing short of admirable, inspirational. And, you know, as we kind of close or reach the conclusion of this brilliant retreat, I think it's essential that we carry on with this inspiration and motivation to create a better future, which is the path that we're already on. But to keep doing what you're doing, both of you, really is amazing. One more question for you. In one sentence, tell us what you're looking forward to next year.
It's going to be a long sentence without just imagine the full stops being commas. Look, we've had a torrid time over the last so many months. You know, a lot of economic turbulence. You know, the war in Ukraine, a whole host of other things. So I'm looking forward next year to some stability and continuity, especially in India. Yeah. Read between the lines.
Yes, right. I think next year is going to be a very important year, globally actually. God willing, the Ukraine war will be over. I pray that that's the case because that will be so transformational for the whole world. We're going to have next year Indian elections, probably the first ones, and then we're going to have our elections over here. We don't know when, but probably after the Indian elections, and then we're going to have the American elections. So 3 major global events, and you know the geopolitics of the world are changing in front of us. You had 2 superpowers, the USA, USSR. Well, we now know Russia is not even one of the top 10 economies in the world, let alone being a superpower. You've only had 1 superpower. Now we've got USA and China, and now we've got a 3rd superpower that's going to be joining that, India. So you'll have the USA and China and India. So that's happening in front of our eyes. So next year is really, really important for that. And as for you and the IGF, how can it get better than this? Well, I know it probably will. Good, better, best, never let it rest until your good is better and your better best.
Oh, so on that note, we've got rappers, singers. I don't have any hidden talent. I can't throw in the pool. So on that note, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's got involved in today and making today's what it is. In fact, the entire week, and not just the speakers and people taking part in the discussions, all the people behind the scenes, a lot of moving parts to putting this together. It's not easy, but I think you've pulled it off. No, I think you have pulled it off. It has been an incredible success, and I'm looking forward to next year. It's been my first time. It's been an honour to be your host. Thank you for having me. I hope I've done you proud, and hopefully I'll see you all again next year.
Well done. Well done. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Thank you.
my pleasure. Oh. Thank you guys. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, mate. Thank you. I really enjoyed that. Thank you.
Not next year, but soon.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a promise, not a threat.
Okay, sweetheart. Oh, wicked. Thank you.
You know, I was.